Chapter 21 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This librivox recording is in the public domain. Nautilus was one of the first communities in the country to develop the weeks habit, now so richly grown that we have Correspondence School Week, Christian Science Week, Osteopathy Week, and Georgia Pine Week. A week is not merely a week. If an aggressive, wide-awake, live-wire and go-ahead church or chamber of commerce or charity desires to improve itself, which means to get more money, it calls in those few energetic spirits who run any city and proclaim a week. This consists of 1 month of committee meetings, 100 columns of praise for the organization in the public prints, and finally a day or two on which athletic persons flatter inappreciative audiences in churches or cinema theaters, and the prettiest girls in town have the pleasure of being allowed to talk to male strangers on the street corners, apropos of giving them extremely undecorative tags in exchange for the smallest sums which those strangers think they must pay if they are to be considered gentlemen. The only variation is the weeks in which the object is not to acquire money immediately by the sale of tags, but by general advertising to get more of it later. Nautilus had held a pep week, during which a race of rapidly talking men, formerly book agents but now called efficiency engineers, went about giving advice to shopkeepers on how to get money away from one another more rapidly, and Dr. Almus Pickerbaugh addressed a prayer meeting on the Pep of St. Paul, the First Booster. It had held a glad hand week when everybody was supposed to speak to at least 3 strangers daily, to the end that infuriated elderly traveling salesmen were backslapped all day long by hearty and powerful unknown persons. There had also been an Old Home Week, a Right to Mother Week, a We Want Your Factory in Nautilus Week, an Eat More Corn Week, a Go to Church Week, a Salvation Army Week, and an Own Your Own Auto Week. Perhaps the bonniest of all was Y Week, to raise $80,000 for a new YMCA building. On the old building were electric signs, changed daily, announcing, "You must come across," "Young man, come along," and "Your money creates happiness." Dr. Pickerbaugh made 19 addresses in 3 days, comparing the YMCA to the Crusaders, the Apostles, and the expeditions of Dr. Cook, who, he believed, really had discovered the North Pole. Orchid sold 319 Y tags, 7 of them to the same man, who afterward made improper remarks to her. She was rescued by a YMCA secretary who for a considerable time held her hand to calm her. No organization could rival Almus Pickerbaugh in the invention of weeks. He started in January with a Better Babies Week, and a very good week it was, but so hotly followed by Banish the Booze Week, Tougher Teeth Week, and Stop the Spitter Week that people who lacked his vigor were heard groaning, "My health is being ruined by all this fretting over health." During Cleanup Week, Pickerbaugh spread abroad a new lyric of his own composition. Germs come by stealth and ruin health. So listen, pard, just drop a card to some man who'll clean up your yard, and that will hit the old germs hard. Swat the Fly Week brought him, besides the joy of giving prizes to the children who had slaughtered the most flies, the inspiration for 2 verses. Posters admonished, "Sell your hammer and buy a horn, but hang on to the old fly swatter. If you don't want disease sneaking into the home, then to kill the fly you gotter." It chanced that the Fraternal Order of Eagles were holding a state convention at Burlington that week, and Pickerbaugh telegraphed to them, "Just mention fly prevention at the good old Eagles convention." This was quoted in 96 newspapers, including one in Alaska, and waving the clippings, Pickerbaugh explained to Martin, "Now you see the way a fellow can get the truth across if he goes at it right." 3 cigars a day week, which Pickerbaugh invented in midsummer, was not altogether successful, partly because an injudicious humorist on a local newspaper wanted to know whether Dr. Pickerbaugh really expected all babes in arms to smoke as many as 3 cigars a day, and partly because the cigar manufacturers came around to the Department of Health with strong remarks about common sense. Nor was there thorough satisfaction in Can the Cat and Doctor the Dog week. With all his weeks, Pickerbaugh had time to preside over the program committee of the State Convention of Health Officers and Agencies. It was he who wrote the circular letter sent to all members. Brother males and she males, are you coming to the Health Bee? It will be the livest hop to it that this busy little old planet has ever see. And it's going to be practical. We'll kiss out on all these glittering generalities and get messages from men as kin talk, so we can lug a think or two home with us. Luther Botts, the famous community sing leader, will be there to put whim and wigger and everything into the program. John F. Zeisser, M.A., M.D., and all the rest of the alphabet, part your hair, Jack, and look cute, the ladies sure love you, will unlimber a couple of keynotes. On your tootsies, fellers, thar she blows. From time to time, if the brakes hold, we will, or shall in the infinitive, hie ourselves from wherein we are at to thither, and grab a lunch with wild wittles. Do it sound like a good show? It do. Barber, you're next. Let's have those cards saying you're coming. This created much enthusiasm and merriment. Dr. Feasons of Clinton wrote to Pickerbaugh, I figure it was largely due to your snappy come-on letter that we pulled such an attendance, and with all modesty, I think we may say it was the best health convention ever held in the world. I had to laugh at one old hen, Bostonian or somethin', who was howling that your letter was undignified. Can you beat it? I think people as hypercritical and lacking in humor as her should be treated with the dignified contempt they deserve, the damn fool. Part 2. Martin was enthusiastic during Better Babies Week. Leora and he weighed babies, examined them, made out diet charts, and in each child saw the baby they could never have. But when it came to More Babies Week, then he was argumentative. He believed, he said, in birth control. Pickerbaugh answered with theology, violence, and the example of his own 8 beauties. Martin was equally unconvinced by Anti-Tuberculosis Week. He liked his windows open at night, and he disliked men who spat tobacco juice on sidewalks. But he was jarred by hearing these certainly aesthetic and possibly hygienic reforms proposed with holy frenzy and bogus statistics. Any questioning of his fluent figures about tuberculosis, any hint that the cause of decline in the disease may have been natural growth of immunity and not the crusades against spitting and stale air, Pickerbaugh regarded as a criticism of his honesty in making such crusades. He had the personal touchiness of most propagandists. He believed that because he was sincere, therefore his opinions must always be correct. To demand that he be accurate in his statements, to quote Raymond Pearl's dictum, as a matter of objective scientific fact, extremely little is known about why the mortality from tuberculosis has declined. This was to be a scoundrel who really liked to befoul the pavements. Martin was so alienated that he took an antisocial and probably vicious joy in discovering that though the death rate in tuberculosis certainly had decreased during Pickerbaugh's administration in Nautilus, it had decreased at the same rate in most villages of the district, with no speeches about spitting, no open your windows parades. It was fortunate for Martin that Pickerbaugh did not expect him to take much share in his publicity campaigns, but rather to be his substitute in the office during them. They stirred in Martin the most furious and complicated thoughts that had ever afflicted him. Whenever he hinted criticism, Pickerbaugh answered, What if my statistics aren't always exact? What if my advertising, my jollying of the public, does strike some folks as vulgar? It all does good. It's all on the right side. No matter what methods we use, if we can get people to have fresh air and cleaner yards and less alcohol, we're justified. To himself, a little surprised, Martin put it, "Yes, does it really matter? Does truth matter? Clean, cold, unfriendly truth? Max Gottlieb's truth? Everybody says, oh, you mustn't tamper with the truth. And everybody is furious if you hint that they themselves are tampering with it. Does anything matter except making love and sleeping and eating and being flattered? I think truth does matter to me, but if it does, isn't the desire for scientific precision simply my hobby, like another man's excitement about his golf? Anyway, I'm going to stick by Pickerbaugh." To the defense of his chief, he was the more impelled by the attitude of Irving Waters and such other physicians as attacked Pickerbaugh because they feared that he really would be successful and reduce their earnings. But all the while, Martin was weary of unchecked statistics. He estimated that according to Pickerbaugh's figures on bad teeth, careless motoring, tuberculosis, and 7 other afflictions alone, every person in the city had a 180% chance of dying before the age of 16, and he could not startle with much alarm when Pickerbaugh shouted, "Do you realize that the number of people who died from yaws in Pickens County, Mississippi last year alone was 29, and that they might all have been saved, yes sir, saved, by a daily cold shower?" For Pickerbaugh had the dreadful habit of cold showers, even in winter, though he might have known that 19 men between the ages of 17 and 42 died of cold showers in 22 years in Milwaukee alone. To Pickerbaugh, the existence of variables, a word which Martin now used as irritatingly as once he had used control, was without significance. That health might be determined by temperature, heredity, profession, soil, natural immunity, or by anything save health department campaigns for increased washing and morality, was to him inconceivable. Variables, huh? Pickerbaugh snorted. Why, every enlightened man in the public service knows enough about the causes of disease. Matter now of acting on that knowledge. When Martin sought to show that they certainly knew very little about the superiority of fresh air to warmth in schools, about the hygienic dangers of dirty streets, about the real danger of alcohol, about the value of face masks in influenza epidemics, about most of the things they tub-thumped in their campaigns, Pickerbaugh merely became angry, and Martin wanted to resign, and saw Irving Waters again, and returned to Pickerbaugh with new zeal, and was in general as agitated and wretched as a young revolutionist discovering the smugness of his leaders. He came to question what Pickerbaugh called the proven practical value of his campaigns as much as the accuracy of Pickerbaugh's biology. He noted how bored were most of the newspaper men by being galvanized into a new saving of the world once a fortnight, and how incomparably bored was the man in the street when the 19th pretty girl in 20 days had surged up demanding that he buy a tag to support an association of which he had never heard. But more dismaying was the slimy trail of the dollar which he beheld in Pickerbaugh's most ardent eloquence. When Martin suggested that all milk should be pasteurized, that certain tenements known to be tuberculosis breeders should be burnt down instead of being fumigated in a fiddling, useless way, when he hinted that these attacks would save more lives than 10,000 sermons and 10 years of parades by little girls carrying banners and being soaked by the rain, then Pickerbaugh worried, "No, no, Martin, don't think we could do that. Get so much opposition from the dairymen and the landlords. Can't accomplish anything in this work unless you keep from offending people." When Pickerbaugh addressed a church or the home circle, he spoke of the value of health in making life more joyful. But when he addressed a business luncheon, He changed it to the value in good round dollars and cents of having workmen who are healthy and sober, and therefore able to work faster at the same wages. Parents' associations he enlightened upon the saving in dollars bills of treating the child before maladjustments go too far. But to physicians he gave assurance that public health agitation would merely make the custom of going regularly to doctors more popular. To Martin he spoke of Pasteur, George Washington, Victor Vaughan, and Edison as his masters, but in asking the businessmen of Nautilus, the Rotary Club, the Chamber of Commerce, the Association of Wholesalers, for their divine approval of more funds for his department, he made it clear that they were his masters and lords of all the land, and fatly, behind cigars, they accepted their kinghood. Gradually Martin's contemplation moved beyond Almus Pickerbaugh to all leaders, of armies or empires, of universities or churches, and he saw that most of them were Pickerbaughs. He preached to himself, as Max Gottlieb had once preached to him, the loyalty of dissent, the faith of being very doubtful, the gospel of not bawling gospels, the wisdom of admitting the probable ignorance of oneself and of everybody else, and the energetic acceleration of a movement for going very slow. Part 3. 100 interruptions took Martin out of his laboratory. He was summoned into the reception room of the department to explain to angry citizens why the garage next door to them should smell of gasoline. He went back to his cubbyhole to dictate letters to school principals about dental clinics. He drove out to Swede Hollow to see what attention the food and dairy inspector had given to the slaughterhouses. He ordered a family in Shantytown quarantined, and escaped at last into the laboratory. It was well lighted, convenient, well stocked. Martin had little time for anything but cultures, blood tests, and Wassermanns for the private physicians of the city, but the work rested him, and now and then he struggled over a precipitation test which was going to replace Wassermann's and make him famous. Pickerbaugh apparently believed that this research would take 6 weeks. Martin had hoped to do it in 2 years, and with the present interruptions it would require 200, by which time the Pickerbaughs would have eradicated syphilis and made the test useless. To Martin's duties was added the entertainment of Leora in the strange city of Nautilus. "Do you manage to keep busy all day?" he encouraged her, and "any place you'd like to go this evening?" She looked at him suspiciously. She was as easily and automatically contented by herself as a pussycat, and he had never been worried about her amusement. Part 4. The Pickerbaugh daughters were always popping into Martin's laboratory. The twins broke test tubes and made doll tents out of filter paper. Orchid lettered the special posters for her father's weeks, and the laboratory, she said, was the quietest place in which to work. While Martin stood at his bench, he was conscious of her, humming at a table in the corner. They talked, tremendously, and he listened with fatuous enthusiasm to opinions which, had Leora produced them, he would have greeted with, "That's a damn silly remark." He held a clear claret-red tube of hemolyzed blood up to the light, thinking half of its color and half of Orchid's ankles as she bent over the table, absurdly patient with her paint-brushes, curling her legs in a fantastic knot. Abruptly he asked her, "Look here, honey, suppose a kid like you were to fall in love with a married man. What do you think she ought to do? Be nice to him or chuck him?" "Oh, she ought to chuck him, no matter how much she suffered, even if she liked him terribly, because even if she liked him, she oughtn't to wrong his wife." "But suppose the wife never knew, or maybe didn't care?" He had stopped his pretense of working. He was standing before her, arms akimbo, dark eyes demanding. "Well, if she didn't know, but it isn't that. I believe marriages really and truly are made in heaven, don't you? Some day Prince Charming will come, the perfect lover." She was so young, her lips were so young, so very sweet. "And of course I want to keep myself for him. It would spoil everything if I made light of love before my hero came." But her smile was caressing. He pictured them thrown together in a lonely camp. He saw her parroted moralities forgotten. He went through a change as definite as religious conversion or the coming of insane frenzy in war. The change from shamed reluctance to be unfaithful to his wife to a determination to take what he could get. He began to resent Leora's demand that she, who had eternally his deepest love, should also demand his every wandering fancy. And she did demand it. She rarely spoke of Orchid, but she could tell, or nervously he thought she could tell, when he had spent an afternoon with the child. Her mute examination of him made him feel illicit. He who had never been unctuous was profuse and hearty as he urged her, "Been home all day? Well, we'll just skip out after dinner and take in a movie. Or shall we call up somebody and go see him? Whatever you'd like." He heard his voice being flowery, and he hated it and knew that Leora was not cajoled. Whenever he drifted into one of his meditations on the superiority of his brand of truth to Pickerbaw's, he snarled, "You're a fine bird to think about truth, you liar." He paid, in fact, an enormous price for looking at Orchid's lips, and no amount of anxiety about the price kept him from looking at them. In early summer, 2 months before the outbreak of the Great War in Europe, Leora went to Wheatsylvania for a fortnight with her family. Then she spoke. "Sandy, I'm not going to ask you any questions when I come back, but I hope you won't look as foolish as you've been looking lately. I don't think that bachelor's button, that ragweed, that lady idiot of yours is worth our quarreling. Sandy, darling, I do want you to be happy, but unless I up and die on you some day, I'm not going to be hung up like an old cap. I warn you. Now about ice. I've left an order for £100 a week, and if you want to get your own dinners sometimes—" When she was gone, nothing immediately happened, though a good deal was always about to happen. Orchid had the flapper's curiosity as to what a man was likely to do, but she was satisfied by exceedingly small thrills. Martin swore, that morning of June, that she was a fool and a flirt, and he hadn't the slightest intention of going near her. No, he would call on Irving Waters in the evening, or read, or have a walk with the school clinic dentist. But at 8:30 he was loitering toward her house. If the elder Pickerbaws were there, Martin could hear himself saying, "Thought I'd just drop by, doctor, and ask you what you thought about—" Hang it, thought about what? Pickerbaw never thought about anything. On the low front steps he could see Orchid. Leaning over her was a boy of 20, one Charlie, a clerk. "Hello, father in?" he cried, with a carelessness on which he could but pride himself. "I'm terribly sorry. He and mamma won't be back till 11. Won't you sit down and cool off a little?" Well, he did sit down, firmly, and tried to make youthful conversation, while Charlie produced sentiments suitable, in Charlie's opinion, to the aged Dr. Arrowsmith, and Orchid made little purry interested sounds, an art in which she was very intelligent. "Seeing many of the baseball games?" said Martin. "Oh, been getting in all I can," said Charlie. "How's things going at City Hall? Been nailing a lot of cases of smallpox, and winkleus pinkelus, and all those fancy diseases?" "Oh, keep busy," grunted old Dr. Arrowsmith. He could think of nothing else. He listened while Charlie and Orchid giggled cryptically about things which barred him out and made him feel 100 years old. References to Mamie and Earl, and a violent, "Yeah, that's all right, but any time you see me dancing with her, you just tell me about it, will ya?" At the corner, Verbana Pickerbaugh was yelping and observing, "Now you quit," to persons unknown. Hell, it isn't worth it. I'm going home, Martin sighed. But at the moment, Charlie screamed, "Well, ta-ta, be good, gotta toddle along." He was left to Orchid and peace and a silence rather embarrassing. "It's so nice to be with somebody that has brains and doesn't always try to flirt, like Charlie," said Orchid. He considered, "Splendid. She's going to be just a nice good girl, and I've come to my senses. We'll just have a little chat and I'll go home." She seemed to have moved nearer. She whispered at him, "I was so lonely, especially with that horrid slangy boy, till I heard your step on the walk. I knew it the second I heard it." He patted her hand. As his pats were becoming more ardent than might have been expected from the assistant and friend of her father, she withdrew her hand, clasped her knees, and began to chatter. Always it had been so in the evenings when he had drifted to the porch and found her alone. She was 10 times more incalculable than the most complex woman. He managed to feel guilty toward Leora without any of the reputed joys of being guilty. While she talked, he tried to discover whether she had any brains whatever. Apparently she did not have enough to attend a small Midwestern denominational college. Verbena was going to college this autumn, but Orchid, she explained, thought she ought to stay home and help Mama and take care of the chickabiddies. Meaning, Martin reflected, that she can't even pass the Mugford entrance exams. But his opinion of her intelligence was suddenly enlarged as she whimpered, "Poor little me, probably I'll always stay here in Nautilus, while you, oh, with your knowledge and your frightfully strong willpower, I know you're going to conquer the world." "Nonsense, I'll never conquer any world. But I do hope to pull off a few good health measures. Honestly, Orchid honey, do you think I have much willpower?" The full moon was spacious now behind the maples. The seedy Pickerbaugh domain was enchanted. The tangled grass was a garden of roses, the ragged grape arbor a shrine to Diana, the old hammock turned to fringed cloth of silver, the bad-tempered and sputtering lawn sprinkler a fountain, and over all the world was the proper witchery of moonstruck love. The little city, by day as noisy and busy as a pack of children, was stilled and forgotten. Rarely had Martin been inspired to perceive the magic of a perfect hour, so absorbed was he ever in irascible pondering, but now he was caught and lifted in rapture. He held Orchid's quiet hand, and was lonely for Leora. The belligerent Martin, who had carried off Leora, had not thought about romance, because in his clumsy way he had been romantic. The Martin who, like a returned warrior scented and enfeebled, yearned toward a girl in the moonlight, now desirously lifted his face to romance and was altogether unromantic. He felt the duty of making love. He drew her close, but when she sighed, "Oh, please don't," there was in him no ruthlessness and no conviction with which to go on. He considered the moonlight again, but also he considered being at the office early in the morning, and he wondered if he could without detection slip out his watch and see what time it was. He managed it. He stooped to kiss her good night, and somehow didn't quite kiss her, and found himself walking home. As he went, he was ruthless and convinced enough regarding himself. He had never, he raged, however stumbling he might have been, expected to find himself a little pilferer of love, a peeping, creeping area sneak, and not even successful in his sneaking, less successful than the soda clerks who swanked nightly with the virgins under the maples. He told himself that Orchid was a young woman of no great wisdom, a sire, a drawer out of her M's and O's, but once he was in his lonely flat, he longed for her, thought of miraculous and completely idiotic ways of luring her here tonight, and went to bed yearning, "Oh, Orchid." Perhaps he had paid too much attention to moonlight and soft summer, For quite suddenly, one day when Orchid came swarming all over the laboratory and perched on the bench with a whisk of stockings, he stalked to her, masterfully seized her wrists, and kissed her as she deserved to be kissed. He immediately ceased to be masterful. He was frightened. He stared at her wanly. She stared back, shocked, eyes wide, lips uncertain. "Oh," she profoundly said. Then, in a tone of immense interest and some satisfaction, "Martin, oh, my dear, do you think you ought to have done that?" He kissed her again. She yielded, and for a moment there was nothing in the universe, neither he nor she, neither laboratory, nor fathers, nor wives, nor traditions, but only the intensity of their being together. Suddenly she babbled, "I know there's lots of conventional people that would say we'd done wrong, and perhaps I'd have thought so, one time, but, oh, I'm terribly glad I'm liberal. Of course I wouldn't hurt dear Leora or do anything really wrong for the world. But isn't it wonderful that with so many bourgeois folks all around, we can rise above them and realize the call that strength makes to strength But I've simply got to be at the YWCA meeting. There's a woman lawyer from New York that's going to tell us about the modern woman's career." When she had gone, Martin viewed himself as a successful lover. "I've won her," he gloated. Probably never has gloating been so shakily and badly done. That evening, when he was playing poker in his flat with Irving Waters, the school clinic dentist, and a young doctor from the city clinic, the telephone bell summoned him to an excited but saccharine, "This is Orchid. Are you glad I called up?" "Oh, yes, yes, mighty glad you called up." He tried to make it at once amorously joyful and impersonal enough to beguile the three coatless, beer-swizzling, grinning doctors. "Are you doing anything this evening, Marty?" "Just a couple fellows here, little game cards." "Oh, then I was such a baby to call you up, but Daddy is away, and Verbena, and everybody, and it was such a lovely evening, and I just thought, do you think I'm an awful little silly?" "No, no, sure not." "I'm so glad you don't. I'd hate it if I thought you thought I was just as silly to call you up. You don't, do you?" "No, no, course not. Look, I've got to—" "I know, I mustn't keep you, but I just wanted you to tell me whether you thought I was a silly to—" "No, honest, really." 3 fidgety minutes later, deplorably aware of masculine snickers from behind him, he escaped. The poker players said all the things considered suitable in Nautilus. "Oh, you little Don Juan," and "Can you beat it? His wife only gone for a week," and "Who is she, doctor? Go on, you tightwad, bring her up here." And "Say, I know who it is. It's that little milliner on Prairie Avenue." Next noon she telephoned from a drugstore that she had lain awake all night and on profound contemplation decided that they "mustn't ever do that sort of thing again." And would he meet her at the corner of Crimmins Street and Missouri Avenue at 8, so that they might talk it over? In the afternoon she telephoned and changed the tryst to 8:30. At 5 she called him up just to remind him. In the laboratory that day, Martin transplanted cultures no more. He was too confusedly human to be a satisfactory experimenter, too coldly thinking to be a satisfactory sinful male, and all the while he longed for the sure solace of Leora. "I can go as far as I like with her tonight. But she's a brainless man-chaser. All the better. I'm tired of being a punk philosopher. I wonder if these other lucky lovers that you read about in all this fiction and poetry feel as glum as I do. I will not be middle-aged and cautious and monogamic and moral. It's against my religion. I demand the right to be free." Hell, these free souls that have to slave at being free are just as bad as their Methodist dads. I have enough sound natural immorality in me so I can afford to be moral. I want to keep my brain clear for work. I don't want it blurred by dutifully running around trying to kiss everybody I can. Orchid is too easy. I hate to give up the right of being a happy sinner, but my way was so straight with just Leora and my work, and I'm not going to mess it. God help any man that likes his work and his wife. He's beaten from the beginning. He met Orchid at 8:30, and the whole matter was unkind. He was equally distasteful of the gallant Martin of 2 days ago, and the prosy cautious Martin of tonight. He went home desolately ascetic, and longed for Orchid all the night. A week later, Leora returned from Wheatsylvania. He met her at the station. "It's all right," he said. "I feel 107 years old. I'm a respectable, moral young man, and Lord, how I hate it. If it wasn't for my precipitation test and you and—" "Why do you always lose your trunk check? I suppose I am a bad example for others, giving up so easily. No, no, darling. Can't you see? That's the transportation check the conductor gave you." End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. This summer, Pickerbaugh had shouted and handshaken his way through a brief Chautauqua tour in Iowa, Nebraska, and Kansas. Martin realized that though he seemed, in contrast to Gustav Sonderlaeus, an unfortunately articulate and generous lout, he was destined to be 10 times better known in America than Sonderlaeus could ever be, 1,000 times better known than Max Gottlieb. He was a correspondent of many of the nickel-plated great men whose pictures and sonorous aphorisms appeared in the magazines, the advertising men who wrote little books about pep and optimism, the editor of the magazine which told clerks how to become Goethes and Stonewall Jacksons by studying correspondence courses and never touching the manhood-rotting beer, and the cornfield sage who was equally an authority on finance, peace, biology, editing, Peruvian ethnology, and making oratory pay. These intellectual rulers recognized Pickerbaugh as one of them. They wrote quippish letters to him, and when he answered he signed himself Pick in red pencil. The Onward March magazine, which specialized in biographies of men who have made good, had an account of Pickerbaugh among its sketches of the pastor who built his own beautiful neo-Gothic church out of tin cans, the lady who had in 7 years kept 2,698 factory girls from leading lives of shame, and the Oregon cobbler who had taught himself to read Sanskrit, Finnish, and Esperanto. Meet old Doc Almus Pickerbaugh, a he-man whose chum Frink has hailed as the two-fisted fighting poet doc, a scientist who puts his remarkable discoveries right over third base, yet who, as a regular old-fashioned Sunday school superintendent, rebukes the atheistic so-called scientists that are menacing the foundations of our religion and liberties by their smart aleck cracks at everything that is noble and improving, chanted the chronicler. Martin was reading this article, trying to realize that it was actually exposed in a fabulous New York magazine, with 1 million circulation, when Pickerbaugh summoned him. "Mart," he said, "do you feel competent to run this department? Do you think you can buck the interests and keep a clear city all by yourself?" Because it looks as if I were going to Washington as the next congressman from this district." "Really? Looks that way. Boy, I'm going to take to the whole nation the message I've tried to ram home here." Martin got out quite a good "I congratulate you." He was so astonished that it sounded fervent. He still had a fragment of his boyhood belief that congressmen were persons of intelligence and importance. "I've just been in conference with some of the leading Republicans of the district. Great surprise to me. Ha ha ha! Maybe they picked me because they haven't anybody else to run this year. Ha ha ha. Martin also laughed. Pickerbaugh looked as though that was not exactly the right response, but he recovered and caroled on. I said to them, "Gentlemen, I must warn you that I am not sure I possess the rare qualifications needful in a man who shall have the high privilege of laying down at Washington the rules and regulations for the guidance in every walk of life of this great nation of 100 million people. However, gentlemen," I said, "the impulse that prompts me to consider, in all modesty, your unexpected and probably undeserved honor is the fact that it seems to me that what Congress needs is more forward-looking scientists to plan and more genuine trained businessmen to execute the improvements demanded by our evolving Commonwealth, and also the possibility of persuading the boys there at Washington of the preeminent and crying need of a Secretary of Health who shall completely control—" But no matter what Martin thought about it, the Republicans really did nominate Pickerbaugh for Congress. Part 2. While Pickerbaugh went out campaigning, Martin was in charge of the department, and he began his reign by getting himself denounced as a tyrant and a radical. There was no more sanitary and efficient dairy in Iowa than that of old Klopchuk, on the outskirts of Nautilus. It was tiled and drained and excellently lighted. The milking machines were perfect. The bottles were super-boiled, and Klopchuk welcomed inspectors and the tuberculin test. He had fought the Dairymen's Union and kept his dairy open shop by paying more than the union scale. Once, when Martin attended a meeting of the Nautilus Central Labor Council as Pickerbaugh's representative, the secretary of the council confessed that there was no plant which they would so like to unionize and which they were so unlikely to unionize as Klopchuk's dairy. Now, Martin's labor sympathies were small. Like most laboratory men, he believed that the reason why workmen found less joy in sewing vests or in pulling a lever than he did in a long research was because they were an inferior race, born lazy and wicked. The complaint of the unions was the one thing to convince him that at last he had found perfection. Often he stopped at Klopchuk's merely for the satisfaction of it. He noted but one thing which disturbed him. A milker had a persistent sore throat. He examined the man, made cultures, and found hemolytic streptococcus. In a panic he hurried back to the dairy, and after cultures he discovered that there was streptococcus in the udders of 3 cows. When Pickerbaugh had saved the health of the nation through all the smaller towns in the congressional district and had returned to Nautilus, Martin insisted on the quarantine of the infected milker and the closing of the Klopchuk dairy till no more infection should be found. "Nonsense! Why, that's the cleanest place in the city," Pickerbaugh scoffed. "Why borrow trouble? There's no sign of an epidemic of strep." "There darn well will be. 3 cows infected. Look at what's happened in Boston and Baltimore here recently. I've asked Klopchuk to come in and talk it over." "Well, you know how busy I am, but—" Klopchuk appeared at 11, and to Klopchuk the affair was tragic. Born in a gutter in Poland, starving in New York, working 20 hours a day in Vermont, in Ohio, in Iowa, he had made this beautiful thing, his dairy. Seamed, drooping, twirling his hat, almost in tears, he protested, "Dr. Pickerbaugh, I do everything the doctors say is necessary. I know dairies. Now comes this young man, and he says because one of my men has a cold, I kill little children with diseased milk. I tell you, this is my life, and I would sooner hang myself than send out 1 drop of bad milk. The young man has some wicked reason. I have asked questions. I find he is a great friend from the Central Labor Council. Why, he go to their meetings, and they want to break me." To Martin the trembling old man was pitiful, but he had never before been accused of treachery. He said grimly, "You can take up the personal charges against me later, Dr. Pickerbaugh. Meantime, I suggest you have in some expert to test my results. Say Long of Chicago, or Brent of Minneapolis, or somebody." I. The Kipling and Billy Sunday of health looked as distressed as Klopchuk. I'm sure our friend here doesn't really mean to make charges against you, Mart. He's overwrought naturally. Can't we just treat the fellow that has the strep infection and not make everybody uncomfortable? All right, if you want a bad epidemic here toward the end of your campaign. You know cussed well I'd do anything to avoid. Though I want you to distinctly understand it has nothing to do with my campaign for Congress. It's simply that I owe my city the most scrupulous performance of duty in safeguarding it against disease and the most fearless enforcement. At the end of his oratory, Pickerbaugh telegraphed to Dr. J.C. Long, the Chicago bacteriologist. Dr. Long looked as though he had made the train journey in an icebox. Martin had never seen a man so free from the poetry and flowing philanthropy of Almus Pickerbaugh. He was slim, precise, lipless, lapless, and eyeglassed, and his hair was parted in the middle. He coolly listened to Martin, coldly listened to Pickerbaugh, icily heard Klopchuk, made his inspection, and reported, Dr. Arrowsmith seems to know his business perfectly. There is certainly a danger here. I advise closing the dairy. My fee is $100. Thank you, no, I shall not stay to dinner. I must catch the evening train. Martin went home to Leora snarling. That man was just as lovable as a cucumber salad, but my God, Lee, with his freedom from bunk, he's made me wild to get back to research, away from all these humanitarians that are so busy hollering about loving the dear people that they let the people die. I hated him, but... Wonder what Max Gottlieb's doing this evening. The old German crank. I'll bet he's talking music or something with some terrible highbrow bunch. Wouldn't you like to see the old coot again? You know, just couple minutes. Did I ever tell you about the time I made the dandy stain of the trypanosomes? Oh, did I? He assumed that with the temporary closing of the dairy, the matter was ended. He did not understand how hurt was Klopchuk. He knew that Irving Waters, Klopchuk's physician, was unpleasant when they met, grumbling, "What's the use going on being an alarmist, Mart?" But he did not know how many persons in Nautilus had been trustily informed that this fellow Arrowsmith was in the pay of labor union thugs. Part 3. 2 months before, when Martin had been making his annual inspection of factories, he had encountered Clay Treadgold, the president, by inheritance, of the Steel Windmill Company. He had heard that Treadgold, an elaborate but easy-spoken man of 45, moved as one clad in purple on the loftiest planes of Nautilus society. After the inspection, Treadgold urged, "Sit down, doctor. Have a cigar and tell me all about sanitation." Martin was wary. There was in Treadgold's affable eye a sardonic flicker. "What do you want to know about sanitation?" "Oh, all about it. The only thing I know is that your men must like you. Of course, you haven't enough washbowls in that second-floor toilet room. And the whole lot of 'em swore you were putting in others immediately. If they like you enough to lie against their own interests, you must be a good boss, and I think I'll let you get away with it, till my next inspection. Well, got to hustle." Treadgold beamed on him. "My dear man, I've been pulling that dodge on Pickerbaugh for 3 years. I'm glad to have seen you, and I think I really may put in some more bowls, just before your next inspection. Goodbye." After the Klopchuk affair, Martin and Leora encountered Clay Treadgold and that gorgeous slim woman, his wife, in front of a motion picture theater. "Give you a lift, doctor?" cried Treadgold. On the way he suggested, "I don't know whether you're dry, like Pickerbaugh, but if you'd like, I'll run you out to the house and present you with the noblest cocktail conceived since Evangeline County went dry. Does it sound reasonable?" "I haven't heard anything so reasonable for years," said Martin. The Treadgold house was on the highest knoll, fully 20 feet above the general level of the plain, in Ashford Grove, which is the back bay of Nautilus. It was a colonial structure with a sun parlor, a white-paneled hall, and a blue and silver drawing room. Martin tried to look casual as they were wafted in on Mrs. Treadgold's chatter, but it was the handsomest house he had ever entered. While Leora sat on the edge of her chair in the manner of one likely to be sent home, and Mrs. Treadgold sat forward like a hostess, Treadgold flourished the cocktail shaker and performed courtesies. "How long have you been here now, Doctor?" "Almost a year." "Try that. Look here, it strikes me you're kind of different from Salvation Pickerbaugh." Martin felt that he ought to praise his chief, but, to Leora's gratified amazement, he sprang up and ranted in something like Pickerbaugh's best manner. "Gentlemen of the steel windmill industries, than which there is no other that has so largely contributed to the prosperity of our Commonwealth, while I realize that you are getting away with every infraction of the health laws that the inspector doesn't catch you at, yet I desire to pay a tribute to your high respect for sanitation, patriotism, and cocktails, and if I only had an assistant more earnest than young Arrowsmith, I should, with your permission, become President of the United States." Treadgold clapped. Mrs. Treadgold asserted, "If that isn't exactly like Dr. Pickerbaugh." Leora looked proud, and so did her husband. "I'm glad you're free from this socialistic claptrap of Pickerbaugh's," said Treadgold. The assumption roused something sturdy and defensive in Martin. "Oh, I don't care a hang how socialistic he is, whatever that means. Don't know anything about socialism, but since I've gone and given an imitation of him, I suppose it was probably disloyal. I must say I'm not very fond of oratory that's so full of energy it hasn't any room for facts. But mind you, Treadgold, it's partly the fault of people like your Manufacturers Association. You encourage him to rant. I'm a laboratory man, or rather, I sometimes wish I were. I like to deal with exact figures." "So do I. I was keen on mathematics in Williams," said Treadgold. Instantly, Martin and he were off on education, damning the universities for turning out graduates like sausages. Martin found himself becoming confidential about variables, and Treadgold proclaimed that he had not wanted to take up the ancestral factory, but to specialize in astronomy. Leora was confessing to the friendly Mrs. Treadgold how cautiously the wife of an assistant director has to economize, and with that caressing voice of hers, Mrs. Treadgold comforted, "I know. I was horribly hard up after Dad died. Have you tried the little Swedish dressmaker on Crimmins Street, 2 doors from the Catholic Church? She's awfully clever and so cheap." Martin had found, for the first time since marriage, a house in which he was altogether happy. Leora had found, in a woman with the easy smartness which she had always feared and hated, the first woman to whom she could talk of God and the price of toweling. They came out from themselves and were not laughed at. It was at midnight, when the charms of bacteriology and toweling were becoming pallid, that outside the house sounded a whooping, wheezing motor horn, and in lumbered a ruddy fat man who was introduced as Mr. Schlemmel, president of the Corn Belt Insurance Company of Nautilus. Even more than Clay Treadgold was he a leader of the Ashford Grove aristocracy, but while he stood like an invading barbarian in the blue and silver room, Schlemmel was cordial. "Glad meet you, Doctor. Well, say, Clay, I'm tickled to death you found another highbrow to gas with. Me, Arrowsmith, I'm simply a poor old insurance salesman. Clay is always telling me what an illiterate boob I am. Look here, Clay darling, do I get a cocktail or don't I? I seen your lights. I seen you in here telling what a smart guy you are. Come on, mix." Treadgold mixed extensively. Before he had finished, young Monty Mugford, great-grandson of the sainted but side-whiskered Nathaniel Mugford, who had founded Mugford College, also came in uninvited. He wondered at the presence of Martin, found him human, told him he was human, and did his rather competent best to catch up on the cocktails. Thus it happened that at 3 in the morning, Martin was singing to a commendatory audience the ballad he had learned from Gustav Sonderlaeus. She'd a dark and a roving eye, and her hair hung down in ringlets. A nice girl, a decent girl, but one of the rakish kind. At 4, the Arrowsmiths had been accepted by the most desperately smart set of Nautilus, and at 4:30 they were driven home, at a speed neither legal nor kind, by Clay Treadgold. Part 4. There was in Nautilus a country club which was the axis of what they called society. But there was also a tribe of perhaps 12 families in the Ashford Grove section who, though they went to the country club for golf, condescended to other golfers, kept to themselves, and considered themselves as belonging more to Chicago than to Nautilus. They took turns in entertaining one another. They assumed that they were all welcome at any party given by any of them, and to none of their parties was anyone outside the group invited except migrants from larger cities and occasional freelances like Martin. They were a tight little garrison in a heathen town. The members of the group were very rich, and one of them, Montgomery Mugford, knew something about his great-grandfather. They lived in Tudor manor houses and Italian villas so new that the scarred lawns had only begun to grow. They had large cars and large cellars, though the cellars contained nothing but gin, whiskey, vermouth, and a few sacred bottles of rather sweet champagne. Everyone in the group was familiar with New York. They stayed at the St. Regis or the Plaza and went about buying clothes and discovering small smart restaurants. And 5 of the 12 couples had been in Europe and spent a week in Paris, intending to go to art galleries and actually going to the more expensive fool traps of Montmartre. In the group, Martin and Leora found themselves welcomed as poor relations. They were invited to choric dinners, to Sunday lunches at the country club. Whatever the event, it always ended in rapidly motoring somewhere, having a number of drinks, and insisting that Martin again give that imitation of Doc Pickerbaugh. Besides motoring, drinking and dancing to the Victrola, the chief diversion of the group was cards. Curiously, in this completely unmoral set, there were no flirtations. They talked with considerable freedom about sex, but they all seemed monogamic, all happily married or afraid to appear unhappily married. But when Martin knew them better, he heard murmurs of husbands having times in Chicago, of wives picking up young men in New York hotels, and he scented furious restlessness beneath their superior sexual calm. It is not known whether Martin ever completely accepted as a gentleman scholar the Clay Treadgold who was devoted to everything about astronomy except studying it, or Monty Mugford as the highly descended aristocrat, but he did admire the group's motor cars, shower baths, Fifth Avenue frocks, tweed +4s, and houses somewhat impersonally decorated by daffodilic young men from Chicago. He discovered sauces and old silver. He began to consider Leora's clothes not merely as convenient coverings, but as a possible expression of charm, and irritably he realized how careless she was. In Nautilus alone, rarely saying much about herself, Leora had developed an intense mute little life of her own. She belonged to a bridge club, and she went solemnly by herself to the movies. But her ambition was to know France, and it engrossed her. It was an old desire, mysterious in source and long-held secret, but suddenly she was sighing, "Sandy, the one thing I want to do, maybe 10 years from now, is to see Touraine and Normandy and Carcassonne. Could we, do you think?" Rarely had Leora asked for anything. He was touched and puzzled as he watched her reading books on Brittany, as he caught her, over a highly simplified French grammar, breathing "J'ai, damn it, whatever it is." He crowed, "Lee dear, if you want to go to France, listen. Some day we'll shoot over there with a couple of knapsacks on our backs, and we'll see that old country from end to end." Gratefully yet doubtfully, "You know, if you got bored, Sandy, You could go see the work at the Pasteur Institute. Oh, I would like to tramp, just once, between high-plastered walls and come to a foolish little cafe and watch the men with funny red sashes and floppy blue pants go by. Really, do you think maybe we could?" Leora was strangely popular in the Ashford Grove group, though she possessed nothing of what Martin called their elegance. She always had at least one button missing. Mrs. Treadgold, best-natured as she was least pious of women, adopted her complete. Nautilus had always doubted Clara Treadgold. Mrs. Almus Pickerbaugh said that she took no part in any movement for the betterment of the city. For years she had seemed content to grow her roses, to make her startling hats, to almond cream her lovely hands, and listen to her husband's improper stories. And for years she had been a lonely woman. In Leora she perceived an interested casualness equal to her own. The two women spent afternoons sitting on the sun porch, reading, doing their nails, smoking cigarettes, saying nothing, trusting each other. With the other women of the group, Leora was never so intimate as with Clara Treadgold. But they liked her, the more because she was a heretic whose vices, her smoking, her indolence, her relish of competent profanity, disturbed Mrs. Pickerbaugh and Mrs. Irving Waters. The group rather approved all unconventionalities except such economic unconventionalities as threatened their easy wealth. Leora had tea, or a cocktail, alone with nervous young Mrs. Monte Mugford, who had been the lightest-footed debutante in Des Moines 4 years before, and who hated now the coming of her second baby. And it was to Leora that Mrs. Schlemmel, though publicly she was rompish and serene with her porker of a husband, burst out, "If that man would only quit pawing me, reaching for me, slobbering on me. I hate it here. I will have my winter in New York alone." The childish Martin Arrowsmith, so unworthy of Leora's old quiet wisdoms, was not content with her acceptance by the group. When she appeared with a hook unfastened, or her hair like a crow's nest, he worried, and said things about her sloppiness, which he later regretted. "Why can't you take a little time to make yourself attractive? God knows you haven't anything else to do. Great Jehoshaphat, can't you even sew on buttons?" But Clara Treadgold laughed. "Leora, I do think you have the sweetest back, but do you mind if I pin you up before the others come?" It happened after a party, which lasted till 2, when Mrs. Schlemmel had worn the new frock from Lucille's, and Jack Brundage, by day vice president and sales manager of the Mays Mealy's Company, had danced what he belligerently asserted to be a Finnish polka, that when Martin and Leora were driving home in a borrowed health department car, he snarled, "Lee, why can't you ever take any trouble with what you wear? Here, this morning, or yesterday morning, you were going to mend that blue dress, and as far as I can figure out, you haven't done a darned thing the whole day but sit around and read, and then you come out with that ratty embroidery." "Will you stop the car?" she cried. He stopped it, astonished. The headlights made ridiculously important a barbed wire fence, a litter of milkweeds, a bleak reach of gravel road. She demanded, "Do you want me to become a harem beauty? I could be a floozy, but I've never taken the trouble. Oh, Sandy, I won't go on fighting with you. Either I'm the foolish sloppy wife that I am, or I'm nothing. What do you want? Do you want a real princess like Clara Treadgold, or do you want me, that don't care a hang where we go or what we do, as long as we stand by each other? You do such a lot of worrying. I'm tired of it. Come on now. What do you want?" "I don't want anything but you. But can't you understand? I'm not just a climber. I want us both to be equal to anything we run into. I certainly don't see why we should be inferior to this bunch, in anything. Darling, except for Clara, maybe they're nothing but rich bookkeepers. But we're real soldiers of fortune. Your France that you love so much, some day we'll go there, and the French president will be at the N.P. depot to meet us. Why should we let anybody do anything better than we can? Technique." They talked for an hour in that drab place between the poisonous lines of barbed wire. Next day, when Orchid came into his laboratory and begged, with the wistfulness of youth, "Oh, Dr. Martin, aren't you ever coming to the house again?" he kissed her so briskly, so cheerfully, that even a flapper could perceive that she was unimportant. Part 5. Martin realized that he was likely to be the next director of the department. Pickerbaugh had told him, "Your work is very satisfactory. There's only one thing you lack, my boy. Enthusiasm for getting together with folks and giving a long pull and a strong pull all together. But perhaps that'll come to you when you have more responsibility." Martin sought to acquire a delight in giving long, strong pulls all together, but he felt like a man who has been dragooned into wearing yellow tights at a civic pageant. "Gosh, I may be up against it when I become director," he fretted. "I wonder if there's people who become what's called successful and then hate it. Well, anyway, I'll start a decent system of vital statistics in the department before they get me. I won't lay down. I'll fight. I'll make myself succeed." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It may have been a yearning to give one concentrated dose of inspiration so powerful that no citizen of Nautilus would ever again dare to be ill. Or perhaps Dr. Pickerbaugh desired a little reasonable publicity for his congressional campaign. But certainly the health fair which the good man organized was overpowering. He got an extra appropriation from the Board of Aldermen. He bullied all the churches and associations into cooperation. He made the newspapers promise to publish 3 columns of praise each day. He rented the rather dilapidated wooden tabernacle in which the Reverend Billy Sunday, an evangelist, had recently wiped out all the sin in the community. He arranged for a number of novel features. The Boy Scouts were to give daily drills. There was a WCTU booth at which celebrated clergymen and other physiologists would demonstrate the evils of alcohol. In a bacteriology booth, the protesting Martin, in a dinky white coat, was to do jolly things with test tubes. An anti-nicotine lady from Chicago offered to kill a mouse every half hour by injecting ground-up cigarette paper into it. The Pickerbaugh twins, Arbuta and Gladiola, now aged 6, were to show the public how to brush its teeth. And in fact they did, until a 60-year-old farmer, of whom they had lovingly inquired, "Do you brush your teeth daily?" made thunderous answer, "No, but I'm going to paddle your bottoms daily, and I'm going to start in right now." None of these novelties was so stirring as the eugenic family, who had volunteered to give, for a mere $40 a day, an example of the benefits of healthful practices. They were father, mother, and 5 children, all so beautiful and powerful that they had recently been presenting refined acrobatic exhibitions on the Chautauqua circuit. None of them smoked, drank, spit upon pavements, used foul language, or ate meat. Pickerbaugh assigned to them the chief booth on the platform, once sacerdotally occupied by the Reverend Mr. Sunday. There were routine exhibits, booths with charts and banners and leaflets. The Pickerbaugh Healthette Octet held song recitals, and daily there were lectures, most of them by Pickerbaugh or by his friend Dr. Bissex, football coach and professor of hygiene and most other subjects in Mugford College. A dozen celebrities, including Gustav Sondeleus and the governor of the state, were invited to come and give their messages, but it happened, unfortunately, that none of them seemed able to get away that particular week. The health fair opened with crowds and success. There was a slight misunderstanding the first day. The Master Bakers Association spoke strongly to Pickerbaugh about the sign, "Too much pie makes pyorrhea," on the diet booth. But the thoughtless and prosperity-destroying sign was removed at once, and the fair was thereafter advertised in every bakery in town. The only unhappy participant, apparently, was Martin. Pickerbaugh had fitted up for him an exhibition laboratory which, except that it had no running water, and except that the fire laws forbade his using any kind of a flame, was exactly like a real one. All day long he poured a solution of red ink from one test tube into another, with his microscope carefully examined nothing at all, and answered the questions of persons who wished to know how you put bacteria to death once you had caught them swimming about. Leora appeared as his assistant, very pretty and demure in a nurse's costume, very exasperating as she chuckled at his low cursing. They found one friend, the fireman on duty, a splendid person with stories about pet cats in the firehouse and no tendency to ask questions in bacteriology. It was he who showed them how they could smoke in safety. Behind the Clean Up and Prevent Fires exhibit, consisting of a miniature dirty house with red arrows to show where a fire might start and an extremely varnished clean house, there was an alcove with a broken window which would carry off the smoke of their cigarettes. To this sanctuary Martin, Leora, and the bored firemen retreated a dozen times a day, and thus wore through the week. One other misfortune occurred. The detective sergeant, coming in not to detect but to see the charming spectacle of the mouse dying in agony from cigarette paper, stopped before the booth of the eugenic family, scratched his head, hastened to the police station, and returned with certain pictures. He growled to Pickerbaugh, that eugenic family. Don't smoke or booze or anything? Absolutely, and look at their perfect health. Better keep an eye on 'em. I won't spoil your show, Doc. We fellows at City Hall had all ought to stick together. I won't run 'em out of town till after the fair. But they're the Holton gang. The man and woman ain't married, and only one of the kids is theirs. They've done time for selling liquor to the Indians, but their specialty, before they went into education, used to be the badger game. I'll detail a plainclothesman to keep 'em straight. Fine show you got here, Doc. Ought to give this city a lasting lesson in the value of up-to-date health methods. Good luck. Say, have you picked your secretary yet for when you get to Congress? I've got a nephew that's a crackerjack stenographer and a bright kid and knows how to keep his mouth shut about stuff that don't concern him. I'll send him around to have a talk with you. So long. But, except that once he caught the father of the eugenic family relieving the strain of being publicly healthy by taking a long, gurgling, ecstatic drink from a flask, Pickerbaugh found nothing wrong in their conduct till Saturday. There was nothing wrong with anything till then. Never had a fair been such a moral lesson, or secured so much publicity. Every newspaper in the congressional district gave columns to it, and all the accounts, even in the Democratic papers, mentioned Pickerbaugh's campaign. Then, on Saturday, the last day of the fair, came tragedy. There was terrific rain, the roof leaked without restraint, and the lady in charge of the healthy housing booth, which also leaked, was taken home threatened with pneumonia. At noon, when the eugenic family were giving a demonstration of perfect vigor, their youngest blossom had an epileptic fit, and before the excitement was over, upon the Chicago anti-nicotine lady, as she triumphantly assassinated a mouse, charged an anti-vivisection lady, also from Chicago. Round the two ladies and the unfortunate mouse gathered a crowd. The anti-vivisection lady called the anti-nicotine lady a murderer, a wretch, and an atheist, all of which the anti-nicotine lady endured, merely weeping a little and calling for the police. But when the anti-vivisection lady wound up, "And as for your pretensions to know anything about science, you're no scientist at all," then with a shriek the anti-nicotine lady leaped from her platform, dug her fingers into the anti-vivisection lady's hair, and observed with distinctness, "I'll show you whether I know anything about science." Pickerbaugh tried to separate them. Martin, standing happily with Leora and their friend the fireman on the edge, distinctly did not. Both ladies turned on Pickerbaugh and denounced him, and when they had been removed, He was the center of 1,000 chuckles, in decided danger of never going to Congress. At 2:00, when the rain had slackened, when the after-lunch crowd had come in and the story of the anti-ladies was running strong, the fireman retired behind the clean-up and prevent fires exhibit for his hourly smoke. He was a very sleepy and unhappy fireman. He was thinking about the pleasant firehouse and the unending games of pinochle. He dropped the match, unextinguished, on the back porch of the model clean house. The clean house had been so handsomely oiled that it was like a kindling soaked in kerosene. It flared up, and instantly the huge and gloomy tabernacle was hysterical with flames. The crowd rushed toward the exits. Naturally, most of the original exits of the tabernacle had been blocked by booths. There was a shrieking panic, and children were being trampled. Almus Pickerbaugh was neither a coward nor slothful. Suddenly, coming from nowhere, he was marching through the tabernacle at the head of his 8 daughters, singing Dixie. His head up, his eyes terrible, his arms wide and pleading. The crowd weakly halted. With the voice of a clipper captain, he unsnarled them and ushered them safely out, then charged back into the spouting flames. The rain-soaked building had not caught. The fireman, with Martin and the head of the eugenic family, was beating the flames. Nothing was destroyed save the clean house, and the crowd, which had fled in agony, came back in wonder. Their hero was Pickerbaugh. Within 2 hours, the Nautilus papers vomited specials which explained that not merely had Pickerbaugh organized the greatest lesson in health ever seen, but he had also, by his courage and his power to command, saved hundreds of people from being crushed, which latter was probably the only completely accurate thing that had been said about Dr. Almus Pickerbaugh in 10,000 columns of newspaper publicity. Whether to see the fair, Pickerbaugh, the delightful ravages of a disaster, or another fight between the anti-ladies, half the city struggled into the tabernacle that evening, and when Pickerbaugh took the platform for his closing lecture, he was greeted with frenzy. Next day, when he galloped into the last week of his campaign, he was overlord of all the district. Part 2. His opponent was a snuffy little lawyer whose strength lay in his training. He had been state senator, lieutenant governor, county judge. But the Democratic slogan, Pickerbaugh the Pickup Candidate, was drowned in the admiration for the hero of the health fair. He dashed about in motors, proclaiming, "I am not running because I want office, but because I want the chance to take to the whole nation my ideals of health." Everywhere was plastered, "For Congress Pickerbaugh, the two-fisted fighting poet doc. Just elect him for a term, and all through the nation he'll swat the germ." Enormous meetings were held. Pickerbaugh was ample and vague about his policies. Yes, he was opposed to our entering the European war, but he assured them, he certainly did assure them, that he was for using every power of our government to end this terrible calamity. Yes, he was for high tariff, but it must be so adjusted that the farmers in his district could buy everything cheaply. Yes, he was for high wages for each and every workman, but he stood like a rock, like a boulder, like a moraine, for protecting the prosperity of all manufacturers, merchants, and real estate owners. While this larger campaign thundered, there was proceeding in Nautilus a smaller and much defter campaign to re-elect as mayor one Mr. Pugh, Pickerbaugh's loving chief. Mr. Pugh sat nicely at desks, and he was pleasant and promissory to everybody who came to see him. Clergymen, gamblers, GAR veterans, circus advance agents, policemen, and ladies of reasonable virtue, everybody except perhaps socialist agitators, against whom he staunchly protected the embattled city. In his speeches, Pickerbaugh commended Pugh for that firm integrity and ready sympathy with which his honor had backed up every movement for the public weal. And when Pickerbaugh, quite honestly, begged, "Mr. Mayor, if I go to Congress, You must appoint Arrowsmith in my place. He knows nothing about politics, but he's incorruptible." Then Pugh gave his promise, and amity abode in that land. Nobody said anything at all about Mr. F. X. Jordan. F. X. Jordan was a contractor with a generous interest in politics. Pickerbaugh called him a grafter, and the last time Pugh had been elected, it had been on a reform platform, though since that time the reform had been coaxed to behave itself and be practical. Both Pugh and Pickerbaugh had denounced Jordan as a malign force. But so kindly was Mayor Pugh that in the present election he said nothing that could hurt Mr. Jordan's feelings. And in return, what could Mr. Jordan do but speak forgivingly about Mr. Pugh to the people in blind pigs and houses of ill fame? On the evening of the election, Martin and Leora were among the company awaiting the returns at the Pickerbaughs. They were confident. Martin had never been roused by politics, but he was stirred now by Pickerbaugh's twitchy pretense of indifference, by the telephoned report from the newspaper office, "Here's Willow Grove Township, Pickerbaugh leading 2-1," by the crowds which went past the house howling, "Pickerbaugh, Pickerbaugh, Pickerbaugh." At 11 the victory was certain, and Martin, his bowels weak with unconfidence, realized that he was now Director of Public Health, with responsibility for 70,000 lives. He looked wistfully toward Leora, and in her still smile found assurance. Orchid had been airy and distant with Martin all evening, and dismayingly chatty and affectionate with Leora. Now she drew him into the back parlor and, "So I'm going off to Washington, and you don't care a bit," she said, her eyes blurred and languorous and undefended. He held her, muttering, "You darling child, I can't let you go." As he walked home, he thought less of being director than of Orchid's eyes. In the morning he groaned, "Doesn't anybody ever learn anything? Must I watch myself and still be a fool all my life? Doesn't any story ever end?" He never saw her afterward, except on the platform of the train. Leora surprisingly reflected, after the Pickerbaughs had gone, "Sandy dear, I know how you feel about losing your orchid. It's sort of youth going. She really is a peach. Honestly, I can appreciate how you feel, and sympathize with you. I mean, of course, providin' you aren't ever going to see her again." Part 3. Over the Nautilus Cornfields announcement was the vigorous headline, "Almus Pickerbaugh wins. First scientist ever elected to Congress. Sidekick of Darwin and Pasteur gives new punch to steering ship of state." Pickerbaugh's resignation was to take effect at once. He was, he explained, going to Washington before his term began, to study legislative methods and start his propaganda for the creation of a national secretaryship of health. There was a considerable struggle over the appointment of Martin in his stead. Klopchuk, the dairyman, was bitter. Irving Waters whispered to fellow doctors that Martin was likely to extend the socialistic free clinics. F. X. Jordan had a sensible young doctor as his own candidate. It was the Ashford Grove group, Treadgold, Schlemmel, Monty Mugford, who brought it off. Martin went to Treadgold worrying, "Do the people want me? Shall I fight Jordan or get out?" Treadgold said balmily, "Fight? What about? I own a good share of the bank that's lent various handy little sums to Mayor Pugh. You leave it to me." Next day Martin was appointed, but only as acting director, with a salary of $3,500 instead of $4,000. That he had been put in by what he would have called crooked politics did not occur to him. Mayor Pugh called him in and chuckled, "Doc, there's been a certain amount of opposition to you, because you're pretty young and not many folks know you. I haven't any doubt I can give you the full appointment later, if we find you're competent and popular. Meantime, you better avoid doing anything brash. Just come and ask my advice. I know this town and the people that count better than you do." Part 4. The day of Pickerbaw's leaving for Washington was made a fiesta. At the Armory, from 12 to 2, the Chamber of Commerce gave to everybody who came a lunch of hot weenies, donuts, and coffee, with chewing gum for the women, and for the men, Schweinhugels, little dandy Nautilus-made cheroots. The train left at 3:55. The station was, to the astonishment of innocent passengers gaping from the train windows, jammed with thousands. By the rear platform, on a perilous packing box, Mayor Pugh held forth. The Nautilus Silver Cornet Band played 3 patriotic selections. Then Pickerbaugh stood on the platform, his family about him. As he looked on the crowd, tears were in his eyes. "For once," he stammered, "I guess I can't make a speech. Darn it, I'm all choked up. I meant to orate a lot, but all I can say is, I love you all. I'm mighty grateful. I'll respect you my level best, neighbors. God bless you." The train moved out, Pickerbaugh waving as long as he could see them. And Martin to Leora, "Oh, he's a fine old boy. No, I'm hanged if he is. The world's always letting people get away with asininities because they're kind-hearted. And here I've sat back like a coward, not saying a word, and watched 'em loose that windstorm on the whole country. Oh, curse it, isn't anything in the world simple? Well, let's get to the office, and I'll begin to do things conscientiously and all wrong." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It cannot be said that Martin showed any large ability for organization, but under him the Department of Public Health changed completely. He chose as his assistant Dr. Rufus Ockford, a lively youngster recommended by Dean Silva of Winnemac. The routine work, examination of babies, quarantines, anti-tuberculosis placarding, went on as before. Inspection of plumbing and food was perhaps more thorough, because Martin lacked Pickerbaw's buoyant faith in the lay inspectors, and one of them he replaced, to the considerable displeasure of the colony of Germans in the Homedale district. Also, he gave thought to the killing of rats and fleas, and he regarded the vital statistics as something more than a recording of births and deaths. He had notions about their value which were most amusing to the health department clerk. He wanted a record of the effect of race, occupation, and a dozen other factors upon the disease rate. The chief difference was that Martin and Rufus Ockford found themselves with plenty of leisure. Martin estimated that Pickerbaugh must have used half his time in being inspirational and eloquent. He made his first mistake in assigning Ockford to spend part of the week in the Free City Clinic, in addition to the 2 half-time physicians. There was fury in the Evangeline County Medical Society. At a restaurant, Irving Waters came over to Martin's table. "I hear you've increased the clinic staff," said Dr. Waters. "Yeah." "Thinking of increasing it still more?" "Might be a good idea." "Now you see here, Mart. As you know, Mrs. Waters and I have done everything in our power to make you and Leora welcome. Glad to do anything I can for a fellow alumnus of old Winnemac. But at the same time, there are limits, you know. Not that I've got any objection to your providing free clinical facilities. Don't know but what it's a good thing to treat the damn lazy, lousy pauper class free, and keep the DBs off the books of the regular physicians. But same time, when you begin to make a practice of encouraging a lot of folks that can afford to pay to go and get free treatment, and practically you attack the integrity of the physicians of this city that have been giving God knows how much of their time to charity." Martin answered neither wisely nor competently. "Irv, sweetheart, you can go straight to hell." After that hour, when they met, there was nothing said between them. Without disturbing his routine work, he found himself able to sink blissfully into the laboratory. At first he merely tinkered, but suddenly he was in full cry, oblivious of everything save his experiment. He was playing with cultures, isolated from various dairies and various people, thinking mostly of klopchuk and streptococcus. Accidentally, he discovered the lavish production of hemolysin in sheep's blood, as compared with the blood of other animals. Why should streptococcus dissolve the red blood corpuscles of sheep more easily than of rabbits? It is true that a busy health department bacteriologist has no right to waste the public time in being curious, but the irresponsible sniffing beagle in Martin drove out the faithful routinier. He neglected the examination of an ominously increasing number of tuberculosis sputums. He set out to answer the question of hemolysin. He wanted the streptococcus to produce its blood-destroying poison in 24-hour cultures. He beautifully and excitedly failed and sat for hours meditating. He tried a 6-hour culture. He mixed the supernatant fluid from a centrifuged culture with a suspension of red blood corpuscles and placed it in the incubator. When he returned 2 hours after, the blood cells were dissolved. He telephoned to Leora, "Lee, got something. Can you pack up sandwich and come down here for evening?" "Sure," said Leora. When she appeared, he explained to her that his discovery was accidental, that most scientific discoveries were accidental, and that no investigator, however great, could do anything more than see the value of his chance results. He sounded mature and rather angry. Leora sat in the corner, scratching her chin, reading a medical journal. From time to time she reheated coffee over a doubtful Bunsen flame. When the office staff arrived in the morning, they found something that had but rarely occurred during the regime of Almus Pickerbaugh. The director of the department was transplanting cultures, and on a long table was his wife, asleep. Martin blared at Dr. Ockford. "Get to hell out of this, Rufus, and take charge of the department for today. I'm out. I'm dead, and oh, say, get Leora home and fry her a couple of eggs. And you might bring me a Denver sandwich from the Sunset Trail lunch, will you?" "You bet, Chief," said Ockford. Martin repeated his experiment, testing the cultures for hemolysin, after 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, and 18 hours of incubation. He discovered that the maximum production of hemolysin occurred between 4 and 10 hours. He began to work out the formula of production. And he was desolate. He fumed, raged, sweated. He found that his mathematics was childish, and all his science rusty. He pottered with chemistry, he ached over his mathematics, and slowly he began to assemble his results. He believed he might have a paper for the Journal of Infectious Diseases. Now Almus Pickerbaugh had published scientific papers often. He had published them in the Midwest Medical Quarterly, of which he was one of 14 editors. He had discovered the germ of epilepsy and the germ of cancer, two entirely different germs of cancer. Usually it took him a fortnight to make the discovery, write the report, and have it accepted. Martin lacked this admirable facility. He experimented, he re-experimented, he cursed. He kept Leora out of bed. He taught her to make media, and was ill-pleased by her opinions on agar. He was violent to the stenographer. Not once could the pastor of the Jonathan Edwards Congregational Church get him to address the Bible class, and still for months his paper was not complete. The first to protest was His Honor the Mayor. Returning from an extremely agreeable game of chemin de fer with F.X. Jordan, taking a shortcut through the alley behind the City Hall, Mayor Pugh saw Martin at 2 in the morning, drearily putting test tubes into the incubator, while Leora sat in a corner smoking. Next day he summoned Martin and protested. "Doc, I don't want to butt in on your department. My specialty is never butting in. But it certainly strikes me that after being trained by a 70-horsepower booster like Pickerbaugh, you ought to know that it's all damn foolishness to spend so much time in the laboratory when you can hire an A1 laboratory fellow for $30 a week. What you ought to be doing is jollying along these sobs that are always panning the administration. Get out and talk to the churches and clubs and help me put across the ideas that we stand for." Maybe he's right, Martin considered. I'm a rotten bacteriologist. Probably I never will get this experiment together. My job here is to keep tobacco chewers from spitting. Have I the right to waste the taxpayers' money on anything else? But that week he read, as an announcement issued by the Mcgurk Institute of Biology of New York, that Dr. Max Gottlieb had synthesized antibodies in vitro. He pictured the saturnine Gottlieb, not at all enjoying the triumph, but, with locked door, abusing the papers for their exaggerative reports of his work. And as the picture became sharp, Martin was like a subaltern stationed in a desert isle when he learns that his old regiment is going off to an agreeable border war. Then the McCandless fury broke. Part 2. Mrs. McCandless had once been a hired girl, then nurse, then confidante, then wife to the invalid Mr. McCandless, wholesale grocer and owner of real estate. When he died, she inherited everything. There was a suit, of course, but she had an excellent lawyer. She was a grim, graceless, shady, mean woman, yet a nymphomaniac. She was not invited into Nautilus society, but in her unaired parlor, on the mildewed couch, she entertained seedy, belching, oldish married men, a young policeman to whom she often lent money, and the contractor politician, F.X. Jordan. She owned, in Swede Hollow, the filthiest block of tenements in Nautilus. Martin had made a tuberculosis map of these tenements, and in conferences with Dr. Ockford and Leora, he denounced them as murder holes. He wanted to destroy them, but the police power of the Director of Public Health was vague. Pickerbaugh had enjoyed the possession of large power only because he never used it. Martin sought a court decision for the demolition of the McCandless tenements. Her lawyer was also the lawyer of F.X. Jordan, and the most eloquent witness against Martin was Dr. Irving Waters. But it chanced, because of the absence of the proper judge, that the case came before an ignorant and honest person who quashed the injunction secured by Mrs. McCandless's lawyer and instructed the Department of Public Health that it might use such methods as the city ordinances provided for emergencies. That evening, Martin grumbled to young Ockford, "You don't suppose for a moment, do you, Rufus, that McCandless and Jordan won't appeal the case? Let's get rid of the tenements while it's comparatively legal, huh?" "You bet, Chief," said Ockford, and, "Say, let's go out to Oregon and start practice when we get kicked out. Well, we can depend on our sanitary inspector anyway. Jordan seduced his sister here, about 6 years back." At dawn, a gang headed by Martin and Ockford, in blue overalls, joyful and rowdyish, invaded the McCandless tenements, drove the tenants into the street, and began to tear down the flimsy buildings. At noon, when lawyers appeared and the tenants were in new flats commandeered by Martin, the wreckers set fire to the lower stories, and in half an hour the buildings had been annihilated. F.X. Jordan came to the scene after lunch. A filthy Martin and a dusty Ockford were drinking coffee brought by Leora. "Well, boys," said Jordan, "you've put it all over us. Only if you ever pull this kind of stunt again, use dynamite and save a lot of time. You know, I like you boys. I'm sorry for what I've got to do to you. But may the saints help you, because it's just a question of time when I learn you not to monkey with the buzz saw." Part 3. Clay Treadgold admired their amateur arson and rejoiced, "Fine, I'm going to back you up in everything the DPH does." Martin was not too pleased by the promise, for Treadgold's set were somewhat exigent. They had decided that Martin and Leora were free spirits like themselves, and amusing, but they had also decided, long before the Arrowsmiths had, by coming to Nautilus, entered into authentic existence, that the group had a monopoly of all freedom and amusingness, and they expected the Arrowsmiths to appear for cocktails and poker every Saturday and Sunday evening. They could not understand why Martin should desire to spend his time in a laboratory drudging over something called streptolysin, which had nothing to do with cocktails, motors, steel windmills, or insurance. On an evening, perhaps a fortnight after the destruction of the McCandless tenements, Martin was working late in the laboratory. He wasn't even doing experiments which might have diverted the group, causing bacterial colonies to cloud liquids or making things change color. He was merely sitting at a table looking at logarithmic tables. Leora was not there, and he was mumbling, "Confound her, why did she have to go and be sick today?" Treadgold and Schlemmel and their wives were bound for the old farmhouse inn. They had telephoned to Martin's flat and learned where he was. From the alley behind City Hall they could peer in and see him, dreary and deserted. "We'll take the old boy out and brighten him up. First, let's rush home and shake up a few cocktails and bring him down to surprise him," was Treadgold's inspiration. Treadgold came into the laboratory a half hour later with much clamor. "This is a nice way to put in a moonlight spring evening, young Narrowsmith. Come on, we'll all go out and dance a little. Grab your hat." "Gosh, Clay, I'd like to, but honestly I can't. I've got to work. Simply got to." "Rats, don't be silly. You've been working too hard. Here, look what father's brought. Be reasonable. Get outside of a nice long cocktail, and you'll have a new light on things." Martin was reasonable up to that point, but he did not have a new light. Treadgold would not take no. Martin continued to refuse, affectionately, then a bit tartly. Outside, Schlemmel pressed down the button of the motor horn and held it, producing a demanding, infuriating yawp, which made Martin cry, "For God's sake go out and make him quit that, will you? And let me alone. I've got to work, I told you." Treadgold stared a moment. "I certainly shall. I'm not accustomed to force my attentions on people. Pardon me for disturbing you." By the time Martin sulkily felt that he must apologize, the car was gone. Next day and all the week he waited for Treadgold to telephone, and Treadgold waited for him to telephone, and they fell into a circle of dislike. Leora and Clara Treadgold saw each other once or twice, but they were uncomfortable, and a fortnight later, when the most prominent physician in town dined with the Treadgolds and attacked Martin as a bumptious and narrow-visioned young man, both the Treadgolds listened and agreed. Opposition to Martin developed all at once. Various physicians were against him, not only because of the enlarged clinics, but because he rarely asked their help and never their advice. Mayor Pugh considered him tactless. Klopchuk and F.X. Jordan were assailing him as crooked. The reporters disliked him for his secrecy and occasional brusqueness. And the group had ceased to defend him. Of all these forces Martin was more or less aware, and behind them he fancied that doubtful businessmen, sellers of impure ice cream and milk, owners of unsanitary shops and dirty tenements, men who had always hated Pickerbaugh but who had feared to attack him because of his popularity, were gathering to destroy the entire Department of Public Health. He appreciated Pickerbaugh in those days, and loved soldier-wise the department. There came from Mayor Pugh a hint that he would save trouble by resigning. He would not resign. Neither would he go to the citizens begging for support. He did his work, and leaned on Leora's assurance, and tried to ignore his detractors. He could not. News items and three-line editorial squibs dug at his tyranny, his ignorance, his callowness. An old woman died after treatment at the clinic, and the coroner hinted that it had been the fault of our almighty health officer's pet cub assistant. Somewhere arose the name, the schoolboy czar, for Martin, and it stuck. In the gossip at luncheon clubs, in discussions at the Parents and Teachers Association, in one frank signed protest sent to the mayor, Martin was blamed for too strict an inspection of milk, for insufficiently strict inspection of milk, for permitting garbage to lie untouched, for persecuting the overworked garbage collectors. And when a case of smallpox appeared in the Bohemian section, there was an opinion that Martin had gone out personally and started it. However vague the citizens were as to the nature of his wickedness, once they lost faith in him, they lost it completely and with joy, and they welcomed an apparently spontaneously generated rumor that he had betrayed his benefactor, their beloved Dr. Pickerbaugh, by seducing Orchid. At this interesting touch of immorality, he had all the fashionable churches against him. The pastor of the Jonathan Edwards Church touched up a sermon about sin in high places by a reference to one who, while like a czar he pretends to be safeguarding the city from entirely imaginary dangers, yet winks at the secret vice rampant in hidden places, who allies himself with the forces of graft and evil and the thugs who batten on honest but deluded labor, one who cannot arise, a manly man among men, and say, "I have a clean heart and clean hands." It is true that some of the delighted congregation thought that this referred to Mayor Pugh, and others applied it to F.X. Jordan. But wise citizens saw that it was a courageous attack on that monster of treacherous lewdness, Dr. Arrowsmith. In all the city there were exactly 2 ministers who defended him, Father Costello of the Irish Catholic Church and Rabbi Rovine. They were, it happened, very good friends, and not at all friendly with the pastor of the Jonathan Edwards Church. They bullied their congregations. Each of them asserted, "People come sneaking around with criticisms of our new director of health. If you want to make charges, make them openly. I will not listen to cowardly hints. And let me tell you that this city is lucky in having for health officer a man who is honest and who actually knows something." But their congregations were poor. Martin realized that he was lost. He tried to analyze his unpopularity. It isn't just Jordan's plotting and Treadgold's grousing and Pugh's weak spine. It's my own fault. I can't go out and soft soap the people and get their permission to help keep them well. And I won't tell them what a hell of an important thing my work is. That I'm the one thing that saves the whole lot of 'em from dying immediately. Apparently, an official in a democratic state has to do those things. Well, I don't. But I've got to think up something or they'll emasculate the whole department. One inspiration he did have. If Pickerbaugh were here, he could crush, or lovingly smother, the opposition. He remembered Pickerbaugh's farewell. "Now, my boys, even if I'm way off there in Washington, this work will be as close to my heart as it ever was. And if you should really need me, you just send for me, and I'll drop everything and come." Martin wrote hinting that he was very much needed. Pickerbaugh replied by return mail. Good old Pickerbaugh. But the reply was, "I cannot tell you how grieved I am that I cannot for the moment possibly get away from Washington, but I am sure that in your earnestness you exaggerate strength of opposition. Write me freely at any time." "That's my last shot," Martin said to Leora. "I'm done. Mayor Pugh will fire me just as soon as he comes back from his fishing trip. I'm a failure again, darling." "You're not a failure, and you must eat some of this nice steak. And what shall we do now? Time for us to be moving on, anyway. I hate staying in one place," said Leora. "I don't know what we'll do. Maybe I could get a job at Hunziker's, or go back to Dakota and try to work up a practice. What I'd like is to become a farmer and get me a big shotgun and drive every earnest Christian citizen off the place. But meantime I'm going to stick here. I might win yet. With just a couple of miracles and a divine intervention. Oh God, I am so tired. Are you coming back to the lab with me this evening? Honest, I'll quit early, before 11 maybe." He had completed his paper on the streptolysin research, and he took a day off to go to Chicago and talk it over with an editor of the Journal of Infectious Diseases. As he left Nautilus he was confused. He had caught himself rejoicing that he was free of Wheatsylvania and bound for Great Nautilus. Time bent back, progress was annihilated, and he was mazed with futility. The editor praised his paper, accepted it, and suggested only one change. Martin had to wait for his train. He remembered that Angus Doerr was in Chicago, with the Rounsfield Clinic, a private organization of medical specialists, sharing costs and profits. The clinic occupied 14 rooms in a 20-story building constructed, or so Martin certainly remembered it, of marble, gold, and rubies. The clinic reception room, focused on a vast stone fireplace, was like the drawing room of an oil magnate, but it was not a place of leisure. The young woman at the door demanded Martin's symptoms and address. A page in buttons sped with his name to a nurse, who flew to the inner offices. Before Angus appeared, Martin had to wait a quarter-hour in a smaller, richer, still more abashing reception room. By this time he was so awed that he would have permitted the clinic surgeons to operate on him for any ill which at the moment they happened to fancy. In medical school and Zenith General Hospital, Angus Doerr had been efficient enough, but now he was 10 times as self-assured. He was cordial. He invited Martin to step out for a dish of tea, as though he almost meant it. But beside him, Martin felt young, rustic, inept. Angus won him by pondering. Irving Waters? He was Digam? I'm not sure I remember him. Oh, yes, he was one of those boneheads that are the curse of every profession. When Martin had sketched his conflict at Nautilus, Angus suggested, "You better come join us here at Rounsfield as pathologist. Our pathologist is leaving in a few weeks. You could do the job all right. You're getting $3,500 a year now? Well, I think I could get you $4,500 as a starter, and someday you'd become a regular member of the clinic and get in on all the profits. Let me know if you want it. Rounsfield told me to dig up a man." With this resource, and with an affection for Angus, Martin returned to Nautilus and open war. When Mayor Pugh returned, he did not discharge Martin, but he appointed over him, as full director, Pickerbaw's friend, Dr. Bissix, the football coach and health director of Mugford College. Dr. Bissix first discharged Rufus Ockford, which took 5 minutes, went out and addressed a YMCA meeting, then bustled in and invited Martin to resign. "I will like hell," said Martin. "Come on, be honest, Bissix. If you want to fire me, do it, but let's have things straight. I won't resign, and if you do fire me, I think I'll take it to the courts, and maybe I can turn enough light on you and His Honor and Frank Jordan to keep you from taking all the guts out of the work here." "Why, doctor, what a way to talk. Certainly I won't fire you," said Bissix, in the manner of one who has talked to difficult students and to lazy football teams. "Stay with us as long as you like. Only, in the interests of economy, I reduce your salary to $800 a year." "All right, reduce and be damned," said Martin. It sounded particularly fine and original when he said it, but less so when Leora and he found that, with their rent fixed by their lease, they could not by whatever mean economies live on less than $1,000 a year. Now that he was free from responsibility, he began to form his own faction to save the department. He gathered Rabbi Rovine, Father Costello, Ockford, who was going to remain in town and practice, the secretary of the Labor Council, a banker who regarded Treadgold as fast, and that excellent fellow, the dentist of the school clinic. "With people like that behind me, I can do something," he gloated to Leora. "I'm going to stick by it. I'm not going to have the DPH turned into a YMCA. Bissix has all of Pickerbaw's mush without his honesty and vigor. I can beat him. I'm not much of an executive, but I was beginning to visualize a DPH that would be solid and not gaseous, that would save kids and prevent epidemics. I won't give up. You watch me." His committee made representations to the Commercial Club, and for a time they were certain that the chief reporter of the Frontiersman was going to support them, as soon as he could get his editor over being scared of a row. But Martin's belligerency was weakened by shame, for he never had enough money to meet his bills, and he was not used to dodging irate grocers, receiving dunning letters, standing at the door arguing with impertinent bill collectors. He, who had been a city dignitary a few days before, had to endure, "Come on now, you pay up, you deadbeat, or I'll get a cop." When the shame had grown to terror, Dr. Bissix suddenly reduced his salary another $200. Martin stormed into the mayor's office to have it out, and found F.X. Jordan sitting with Pugh. It was evident that they both knew of the second reduction, and considered it an excellent joke. He reassembled his committee. "I'm going to take this into the courts," he raged. "Fine," said Father Costello and Rabbi Ravine. "Jenkins, that radical lawyer, would handle the case free." The wise banker observed, "You haven't got anything to take into the courts till they discharge you without cause. Bissix has a legal right to reduce your salary all he wants to. The city regulations don't fix the salary for anybody except the director and the inspectors. You haven't a thing to say." With a melodramatic flourish, Martin protested, "And I suppose I haven't a thing to say if they wreck the department?" "Not a thing, if the city doesn't care." "Well, I care. I'll starve before I'll resign." "You'll starve if you don't resign, and your wife too. Now here's my plan," said the banker. "You go into private practice here. I'll finance your getting an office and so on, and when the time comes, maybe in 5 or 10 years from now, we'll all get together again and have you put in as full director." 10 years of waiting? In Nautilus? Nope. I'm licked. I'm a complete failure at 32. I'll resign. I'll wander on," said Martin. "I know I'm going to love Chicago," said Leora. Part 4. He wrote to Angus Dewar. He was appointed pathologist in the Rounsfield Clinic. But, Angus wrote, they could not at the moment see their way clear to pay him $4,500 a year, though they were glad to go for $2,500. Martin accepted. Part 5. When the Nautilus papers announced that Martin had resigned, the good citizens chuckled. "Resigned? He got kicked out, that's what happened." One of the papers had an innocent squib. Probably a certain amount of hypocrisy is inevitable in us sincere human critters, but when a public official tries to pose as a saint while indulging in every vice, and tries to cover up his gross ignorance and incompetence by pulling political wires, and makes a holy show of himself by not even doing a first-class job of wire pulling, then even the cussedest of us old scoundrels begins to holler for the meat axe. Pickerbaugh wrote to Martin from Washington. "I greatly regret to hear that you have resigned your post. I cannot tell you how disappointed I am, after all the pains I took in breaking you in and making you acquainted with my ideals. Bissix informs me that, because of crisis in city finances, he had to reduce your salary temporarily. Well, personally, I would rather work for the DPH for nothing a year and earn my keep by being a night watchman than give up the fight for everything that is decent and constructive. I am sorry. I had a great liking for you, and your defection, your going back to private practice merely for commercial gain, your selling out for what I presume is a very high emolument, is one of the very greatest blows I have recently had to sustain." Part 6. As they rode up to Chicago, Martin thought aloud, "I never knew I could be so badly licked. I never want to see a laboratory or a public health office again. I'm done with everything but making money. I suppose this Rounsfield clinic is probably nothing but a gilded boob trap. Scare the poor millionaire into having all the fancy kinds of examinations and treatments the traffic will bear. I hope it is. I expect to be a commercial group doctor the rest of my life. I hope I have the sense to be. All wise men are bandits. They're loyal to their friends, but they despise the rest. Why not, when the mass of people despise them if they aren't bandits? Angus Dewar had the sense to see this from the beginning, way back in medic school. He's probably a perfect technician as a surgeon. but he knows you get only what you grab. Think of the years it's taken me to learn what he savvied all the time. Know what I'll do? I'll stick to the Rounsfield Clinic till I'm making maybe 30,000 a year, and then I'll get Oxford and start my own clinic, with myself as internist and head of the whole shooting match, and collect every cent I can. All right, if what people want is a little healing and a lot of tapestry, they shall have it, and pay for it. I never thought I could be such a failure, to become a commercialist and not want to be anything else. I don't want to be anything else, believe me. I'm through. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Then for a year, with each day longer than a sleepless night, yet the whole year speeding without events or seasons or eagerness, Martin was a faithful mechanic in that most competent, most clean and brisk and visionless medical factory, the Rounsfield Clinic. He had nothing of which to complain. The clinic did, perhaps, give over many rentgenological examinations to socially dislocated women who needed children and floor scrubbing more than pretty little skyagraphs. They did, perhaps, view all tonsils with too sanguinary a gloom. But certainly no factory could have been better equipped or more gratifyingly expensive, and none could have routed its raw human material through so many processes so swiftly. The Martin Arrowsmith, who had been supercilious toward Pickerbaugh and old Dr. Winters, had for Rounsfield and Angostura and the other keen-taught specialists of the clinic only the respect of the poor and uncertain for the rich and shrewd. He admired Angus's firmness of purpose and stability of habit. Angus had a swim or a fencing lesson daily. He swam easily and fenced like a still-faced demon. He was in bed before 11:30. He never took more than one drink a day, and he never read anything or said anything which would not contribute to his progress as a brilliant young surgeon. His underlings knew that Dr. Dewar would not fail to arrive precisely on time, precisely well-dressed, absolutely sober, very cool, and appallingly unpleasant to any nurse who made a mistake or looked for a smile. Martin would, without fear, have submitted to the gilded and ardent tonsil snatcher of the clinic, would have submitted to Angus for abdominal surgery, or to Rounsfield for any operation of the head or neck, providing he was himself quite sure the operation was necessary. But he was never able to rise to the clinic's lyric faith that any portions of the body without which people could conceivably get along should certainly be removed at once. The real flaw in his year of Chicago was that through all his working day he did not live. With quick hands and 1/10 of his brain he made blood counts, did urinalyses and Wassermanns and infrequent necropsies, and all the while he was dead, in a white-tiled coffin. Amid the blattings of Pickerbaugh and the peepings of Wheatsylvania, he had lived, had fought his environment. Now there was nothing to fight. After hours, he almost lived. Leora and he discovered the world of bookshops and print shops and theaters and concerts. They read novels and history and travel. They talked, at dinners given by Rounsfield or Angus, to journalists, engineers, bankers, merchants. They saw a Russian play, and heard Misha Elman, and read Gottlieb's beloved Rabelais. Martin learned to flirt without childishness, and Leora went for the first time to a hairdresser and to a manicure, and began her lessons in French. She had called Martin a lie hunter, a truth seeker. They decided now, talking it over in their tight little 2¼ room flat, that most people who call themselves truth seekers, persons who scurry about chattering of truth as though it were a tangible separable thing, like houses or salt or bread, did not so much desire to find truth as to cure their mental itch. In novels, these truth-seekers quested the secret of life in laboratories which did not seem to be provided with Bunsen flames or reagents. Or they went, at great expense and much discomfort, from hot trains and undesirable snakes to Himalayan monasteries, to learn from unaseptic sages that the mind can do all sorts of edifying things if one will but spend 30 or 40 years in eating rice and gazing on one's navel. To these high matters Martin responded, "Rot." He insisted that there is no truth, but only many truths. That truth is not a colored bird to be chased among the rocks and captured by its tail, but a skeptical attitude toward life. He insisted that no one could expect more than, by stubbornness or luck, to have the kind of work he enjoyed and an ability to be better acquainted with the facts of that work than the average job holder. His mechanistic philosophy did not persuade him that he was progressing adequately. When he tried to match himself with the experts of the clinic or with their professional friends, he was even more uncomfortable than he had been under the disconcerting scorn of Dr. Hesselink of Groningen. At clinic luncheons he met surgeons from London, New York, Boston, men with limousines and social positions and the offensive briskness of the man who has numerous engagements, or the yet more offensive quietness of the person who is amused by his inferiors. Master technicians, readers of papers at medical congresses, executives and controllers, unafraid to operate before 100 peering doctors, or to give well-bred and exceedingly final orders to subordinates. Captain generals of medicine, never doubting themselves, great priests and healers, men mature and wise and careful and blandly cordial. In their winged presences, Max Gottlieb seemed an aged fusser, Gustav Sonderlaeus a mountebank, and the city of Nautilus unworthy of passionate warfare. As their suave courtesy smothered him, Martin felt like a footman. In long hours of increasing frankness and lucidity, he discussed with Leora the question of, "What is this Martin Arrowsmith, and whither is he going?" And he admitted that the sight of the famous surgeons disturbed his ancient faith that he was somehow a superior person. It was Leora who consoled him. "I've got a lovely description of your dratted famous surgeons. You know how polite and important they are, and they smile so carefully? Well, don't you remember you once said that Professor Gottlieb called all such people like that men of measured merriment?" He caught up the phrase. They sang it together, and they made of it a beating impish song. Men of measured merriment, men of measured merriment, damn the great executives, the men of measured merriment, damn the men with careful smiles, damn the men that run the shops, oh, damn their measured merriment, the men with measured merriment, oh, damn their measured merriment, and damn their careful smiles. Part 2. While Martin developed in a jagged way from the boy of Wheatsylvania to mature man, his relations to Leora developed from loyal boy and girl adventurousness to lasting solidity. They had that understanding of each other known only to married people, a few married people, wherein, for all their differences, they were as much indissoluble parts of a whole as are the eye and hand. Their identification did not mean that they dwelt always in rosy bliss, because he was so intimately fond of her and so sure of her, because anger and eager hot injustices are but ways of expressing trust. Martin was irritated by her and querulous with her as he would not have endured being with any other woman, any charming orchid. He stalked out now and then, after a quarrel, disdaining to answer her, and for hours he left her alone, enjoying the knowledge that he was hurting her, that she was alone, waiting, perhaps weeping. Because he loved her, and also was fond of her, he was annoyed when she was less sleek, less suave, than the women he encountered at Angus Dewar's. Mrs. Rounsfield was a worthy old waddler. Beside her, Leora was shining and exquisite. But Mrs. Dewar was of amber and ice. She was a rich young woman. She dressed with distinction, and she spoke with finishing school mock melodiousness. She was ambitious, and she was untroubled by the possession of a heart or a brain. She was, indeed, what Mrs. Irving Waters believed herself to be. In the simple gorgeousness of the Nautilus Smart Set, Mrs. Clay Treadgold had petted Leora and laughed at her if she lacked a shoe buckle or split an infinitive. But the gold-slippered Mrs. Dewar was accustomed to sneer at carelessness with the most courteous and unresentable and unmistakable sneers. As they returned by taxicab from the Dewars, Martin flared. "Don't you ever learn anything? I remember once in Nautilus we stopped on a country road and talked till, darn near dawn, and you were going to be so energetic. But here we are again tonight, with just the same thing. Good God, couldn't you even take the trouble to notice that you had a spot of soot on your nose tonight? Mrs. Dewar noticed it all right. Why are you so sloppy? Why can't you take a little care? And why can't you make an effort, anyway, to have something to say? You just sit there at dinner. You just sit there and look healthy. Don't you want to help me? Mrs. Dewar will probably help Angus to become president of the American Medical Association in about 20 years, and by that time I suppose you'll have me back in Dakota as assistant to Hesselink." Leora had been snuggling beside him in the unusual luxury of a taxicab. She sat straight now, and when she spoke she had lost the casual independence with which she usually regarded life. "Dear, I'm awfully sorry. I went out this afternoon. I went out and had a facial massage, so as to look nice for you. And then I knew you liked conversation. So I got my little book about modern painting that I bought, and I studied it terribly hard. But tonight I just couldn't seem to get the conversation around to modern painting." He was sobbing, with her head on his shoulder. "Oh, you poor, scared, bullied kid, trying to be a grown-up with these dollar chasers." Part 3. After the first days of white tile and bustling cleverness at the Rounsfield Clinic, Martin had the desire to tie up a few loose knots of his streptolysin research. When Angus Dewar discovered it, he hinted, "Look here, Martin, I'm glad you're keeping on with your science, but if I were you, I wouldn't, I think, waste too much energy on mere curiosity. Dr. Rounsfield was speaking about it the other day. We'd be glad to have you do all the research you want, only we'd like it if you went at something practical. Take, for instance, if you could make a tabulation of the blood counts in a couple of hundred cases of appendicitis and publish it, that'd get somewhere. And you could sort of bring in a mention of the clinic, and we'd all receive a little credit. And incidentally, maybe we could raise you to $3,000 a year then." This generosity had the effect of extinguishing Martin's desire to do any research whatever. "Angus is right. What he means is, as a scientist I'm finished. I am. I'll never try to do anything original again." It was at this time, when Martin had been with the clinic for a year, that his streptolysin paper was published in the Journal of Infectious Diseases. He gave reprints to Rounsfield and to Angus. They said extremely nice things which showed that they had not read the paper. And again they suggested his tabulating blood counts. He also sent a reprint to Max Gottlieb at the Mcgurk Institute of Biology. Gottlieb wrote to him in that dead-black spider-web script, "Dear Martin, I have read your paper with great pleasure. The curves of the relation of hemolysin production to age of culture are illuminating. I have spoken about you to Tubbs. When are you coming to us? To me? Your laboratory and Dinah are waiting for you here. The last thing I want to be is a mystic, but I feel when I see your fine engraved letterhead of a clinic and a Rounsfield that you should be tired of trying to be a good citizen and ready to come back to work. We shall be glad if you can come. Truly yours, M. Gottlieb." "I'm simply going to adore New York," said Leora. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Arrowsmith. by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mcgurk Building. A sheer wall, 30 blank stories of glass and limestone, down in the pinched triangle whence New York rules a quarter of the world. Martin was not overwhelmed by his first hint of New York. After a year in the Chicago Loop, Manhattan seemed leisurely. But when from the elevated railroad he beheld the Woolworth Tower, he was exalted. To him architecture had never existed. Buildings were larger or smaller bulks containing more or less interesting objects. His most impassioned architectural comment had been, "There's a cute bungalow, be nice place to live." Now he pondered, "Like to see that tower every day. Clouds and storms behind it and everything. So sort of satisfying." He came along Cedar Street, among thunderous trucks portly with wares from all the world, came to the bronze doors of the Mcgurk Building, and a corridor of intemperately colored terracotta, with murals of Andean Indians, pirates booming up the Spanish Main, guarded gold trains, and the stout walls of Cartagena. At the Cedar Street end of the corridor, a private street, 1 block long, was the Bank of the Andes and Antilles, Ross McGurk, chairman of the board, in whose gold-crusted sanctity red-headed Yankee exporters drew drafts on Quito, and clerks hurled breathless Spanish at bulky women. A sign indicated, at the Liberty Street end, "Passenger offices Mcgurk Line, weekly sailings for the West Indies and South America." Born to the prairies, never far from the site of the cornfields, Martin was conveyed to blazing lands and portentous enterprises. One of the row of bronze-barred elevators was labeled, "Express to Mcgurk Institute." He entered it proudly, feeling himself already a part of the godly association. They rose swiftly, and he had but half-second glimpses of ground-glass doors with the signs of mining companies, lumber companies, Central American Railroad companies. The Mcgurk Institute is probably the only organization for scientific research in the world which is housed in an office building. It has the 29th and 30th stories of the Mcgurk Building, and the roof is devoted to its animal house and to tiled walks along which, above a world of stenographers and bookkeepers and earnest gentlemen who desire to sell better-built garments to the golden dons of the Argentine, saunter rapt scientists dreaming of osmosis in spirogyra. Later, Martin was to note that the reception room of the Institute was smaller, yet more forbiddingly polite in its white paneling and Chippendale chairs than the lobby of the Roundsfield Clinic. But now he was unconscious of the room, of the staccato girl attendant, of everything except that he was about to see Max Gottlieb for the first time in 5 years. At the door of the laboratory he stared hungrily. Gottlieb was thin-cheeked and dark as ever, his hawk nose bony, his fierce eyes demanding, but his hair had gone grey, the flesh around his mouth was sunken, and Martin could have wept at the feebleness with which he rose. The old man peered down at him, his hand on Martin's shoulder, but he said only, "Ah, this is good. Your laboratory is 3 doors down the hall, but I object to one thing in the good paper you send me. You say, the regularity of the rate at which the streptolysin disappears suggests that an equation may be found." "But it can, sir." "Then why did you not make the equation?" "Well, I don't know. I wasn't enough of a mathematician." "Then you should not have published till you knew your math." Look, Dr. Gottlieb, do you really think I know enough to work here? I want terribly to succeed." "Succeed? I have heard that word. It is English?" "Oh, yes. It is a word that little schoolboys use at the University of Winnemac. It means passing examinations. But there are no examinations to pass here. Martin, let us be clear. You know something of laboratory technique. You have heard about these bacilli. You are not a good chemist, and mathematics, phew, most terrible. But you have curiosity, and you are stubborn. You do not accept rules. Therefore, I think you will either make a very good scientist or a very bad one. And if you are bad enough, you will be popular with the rich ladies who rule this city, New York, and you can give lectures for a living or even become, if you get to be plausible enough, a college president. So anyway, it will be interesting. Half an hour later, they were arguing ferociously, Martin asserting that the whole world ought to stop warring and trading and writing and get straightway into laboratories to observe new phenomena. Gottlieb insisting that there were already too many facile scientists, that the one thing necessary was the mathematical analysis and often the destruction of phenomena already observed. It sounded bellicose, and all the while Martin was blissful with the certainty that he had come home. The laboratory in which they talked, Gottlieb pacing the floor, his long arms fantastically knotted behind his thin back, Martin leaping on and off tall stools, was not in the least remarkable. A sink, a bench with racks of numbered test tubes, a microscope, a few notebooks and hydrogen ion charts, a grotesque series of bottles connected by glass and rubber tubes on an ordinary kitchen table at the end of the room. Yet now and then, during his tirades, Martin looked about reverently. Gottlieb interrupted their debate. "What work do you want to do here?" "Why, sir, I'd like to help you if I can. I suppose you're cleaning up some things on the synthesis of antibodies." "Yes, I think I can bring immunity reactions under the mass action law. But you are not to help me. You are to do your own work. What do you want to do? This is not a clinic with patients going through so neat in a row. I want to find a hemolysin for which there's an antibody. There isn't any for streptolysin. I'd like to work with staphylolysin. Would you mind?" "I do not care what you do, if you just do not steal my staph cultures out of the icebox, and if you will look mysterious all the time, so Dr. Tubbs, our director, will think you are up to something big. So, I have only one suggestion. When you get stuck in a problem, I have a fine collection of detective stories in my office. But no, should I be serious this once when you are just come? Perhaps I am a crank, Martin. There are many who hate me. There are plots against me. Oh, you think I imagine it, but you shall see. I make many mistakes, but one thing I keep always pure, the religion of a scientist. To be a scientist, it is not just a different job so that a man could choose between being a scientist and being an explorer or a bond salesman or a physician or a king or a farmer. It is a tangle of very obscure emotions, like mysticism or wanting to write poetry. It makes its victim all different from the good normal man. The normal man, he does not care much what he does except that he should eat and sleep and make love. But the scientist is intensely religious. He is so religious that he will not accept quarter truths because they are an insult to his faith. He wants that everything should be subject to inexorable laws. He is equal opposed to the capitalists who think their silly money grabbing is a system, and to liberals who think man is not a fighting animal. He takes both the American booster and the European aristocrat, and he ignores all their blithering. Ignores it, all of it. He hates the preachers who talk their fables, but he is not too kindly to the anthropologists and historians who can only make guesses, yet they have the nerve to call themselves scientists. Oh, yes, he is a man that all nice good-natured people should naturally hate. He speaks no meaner of the ridiculous faith healers and the chiropractors than he does of the doctors that want to snatch our science before it is tested and rush around hoping they heal people and spoiling all the clues with their footsteps. And worse than the men like Hoggs, worse than the imbeciles who have not even heard of science, he hates pseudo-scientists, guest scientists, like those pseudo-analysts. And worse than those comic dream scientists, he hates the men that are allowed in a clean kingdom like biology, but know only one textbook and how to lecture to nincompoops all so popular. He is the only real revolutionary, the authentic scientist, because he alone knows how little he knows. He must be heartless. He lives in a cold, clear light. Yet this is a funny ting. Really, in private, he is not cold nor heartless, so much less cold than the professional optimists. The world has always been ruled by the philanthropists, by the doctors that want to use therapeutic methods they do not understand, by the soldiers that want something to defend their country against, by the preachers that yearn to make everybody listen to them, by the kind manufacturers that love their workers, by the eloquent statesmen and soft-hearted authors, and see once what a fine mess of hell they have made of the world. Maybe now it is time for the scientist, who works and searches and never goes around howling how he loves everybody. But once again, always remember that not all the men who work at science are scientists. So few. The rest, secretaries, press agents, camp followers. To be a scientist is like being a Goethe. It is born in you. Sometimes I think you have a little of it born in you. If you have, there is only one thing. No, there is two things you must do. Work twice as hard as you can, and keep people from using you. I will try to protect you from success. It is all I can do. So I should wish, Martin, that you will be very happy here. May Koch bless you. Part 2. 5 rapt minutes Martin spent in the laboratory, which was to be his, smallish but efficient, the bench exactly the right height, a proper sink with pedal taps. When he had closed the door and let his spirit flow out and fill that minute apartment with his own essence, he felt secure. No Pickerbaugh or Rounsfield could burst in here and drag him away to be explanatory and plausible and public. He would be free to work, instead of being summoned to the package wrapping and dictation of breezy letters which men call work. He looked out of the broad window above his bench and saw that he did not have the coveted Woolworth Tower to keep and gloat on. Shut in to a joy of precision, he would nevertheless not be walled out from flowing life. He had, to the north, not the Woolworth Tower alone, but the Singer Building, the arrogant magnificence of the City Investing Building. To the west, tall ships were riding, tugs were bustling, all the world went by. Below his cliff, the streets were feverish. Suddenly he loved humanity as he loved the decent, clean rows of test tubes, and he prayed then the prayer of the scientists. God, give me unclouded eyes and freedom from haste. God, give me a quiet and relentless anger against all pretense and all pretentious work, and all the work left slack and unfinished. God, give me a restlessness whereby I may neither sleep nor accept praise till my observed results equal my calculated results, or in pious glee I discover and assault my error. God, give me strength not to trust to God. Part 3. He walked all the way up to their inconsiderable hotel in the 30s, and all the way the crowds stared at him, this slim, pale, black-eyed, beaming young man who thrust among them, half running, seeing nothing, yet in a blur seeing everything. Gallant buildings, filthy streets, relentless traffic, soldiers of fortune, fools, pretty women, frivolous shops, windy sky. His feet raced to the tune of, "I've found my work, I've found my work, I've found my work." Leora was awaiting him, Leora, whose fate it was ever to wait for him, in creaky rocking chairs, in cheapish rooms. As he galloped in she smiled, and all her thin, sweet body was illumined. Before he spoke, she cried, "Oh, Sandy, I'm so glad." She interrupted his room-striding panegyrics on Max Gottlieb, on the Mcgurk Institute, on New York, on the charms of Staphylolysin, by a meek, "Dear, how much are they going to pay you?" He stopped with a bump. "Gosh, I forgot to ask." "Oh." "Now you look here. This isn't a Rounsfield clinic. I hate these buzzards that can't see anything but making money." "I know, Sandy. Honestly, I don't care. I was just wondering what kind of a flat we'll be able to afford, so I can begin looking for it. Go on. Dr. Gottlieb said—" It was 3 hours after, at 8, when they went to dinner. Part 4. The City of Magic was to become to Martin neither a city nor any sort of magic, but merely a route, their flat, the subway, the institute, a favorite inexpensive restaurant, a few streets of laundries and delicatessens and movie theaters. But tonight it was a fog of wonder. They dined at the Brevoort, of which Gustav Sonderlaeus had told him. This was in 1916, before the country had become wholesome and sterile, and the Brevoort was a tumult of French uniforms, caviar, louis, dangling neckties, Nuit Saint-Georges, illustrators, Grand Marnier, British intelligence officers, brokers, conversation, and Martel, V.O. "It's a crazy bunch," said Martin. "Do you realize we can stop being respectable now? Irving Waters isn't watching us, or Angus. Would we be too insane if we had a bottle of champagne?" He awoke next day to fret that there must be a trick somewhere, as there had been in Nautilus, in Chicago. But as he set to work, he seemed to be in a perfect world. The Institute deftly provided all the material and facilities he could desire: animals, incubators, glassware, cultures, media, and he had a thoroughly trained technician. Garçon, they called him at the Institute. He really was let alone. He really was encouraged to do individual work. He really was associated with men who thought not in terms of poetic posters or of $2,000 operations, but of colloids and sporulation and electrons, and of the laws and energies which governed them. On his first day there came to greet him the head of the Department of Physiology, Dr. Rippleton Hollibird. Hollibird seemed, though Martin had found his name starred in physiological journals, too young and too handsome to be the head of a department. A tall, slim, easy man with a trim moustache. Martin had been reared in the school of Cliff Clawson. He had not realized, till he heard Dr. Hollibird's quick greeting, that a man's voice may be charming without effeminacy. Hollibird guided him through the 2 floors of the Institute, and Martin beheld all the wonders of which he had ever dreamed. If it was not so large, McGurk ranked in equipment with Rockefeller, Pasteur, McCormick, Lister. Martin saw rooms for sterilizing glass and preparing media, for glass blowing, for the polariscope and the spectroscope, and a steel and cement-walled combustion chamber. He saw a museum of pathology and bacteriology to which he longed to add. There was a department of publications, whence were issued the Institute reports and the American Journal of Geographic Pathology, edited by the director, Dr. Tubbs. There was a room for photography, a glorious library, an aquarium for the Department of Marine Biology, and, Dr. Tubbs' own idea, a row of laboratories which visiting foreign scientists were invited to use as their own. A Belgian biologist and a Portuguese biochemist were occupying guest laboratories now, and once, Martin thrilled to learn, Gustav Sonderlaeus had been here. Then Martin saw the Berkeley Saunders centrifuge. The principle of the centrifuge is that of the cream separator. It collects as sediment the solids scattered through a liquid, such as bacteria in a solution. Most centrifuges are hand or water power contrivances the size of a large cocktail shaker, but this noble instrument was 4 feet across, electrically driven, the central bowl enclosed in armor plate fastened with levers like a submarine hatch, the whole mounted on a cement pillar. Hollibird explained, "There are only 3 of these in existence. They're made by Berkeley Saunders in England. You know the normal speed, even for a good centrifuge, is about 4,000 revolutions a minute. This does 20,000 a minute. Fastest in the world, eh?" "Jove, they do give you the stuff to work with," gloated Martin. He really did, under Hollibird's handsome influence, say Jove, not gosh. "Yes, McGurk and Tubbs are the most generous men in the scientific world. I think you'll find it very pleasant to be here, Doctor." I know I will, shall. And, Jove, it's awfully nice of you to talk me around this way. Can't you see how much I'm enjoying my chance to display my knowledge? There's no form of egotism so agreeable and so safe as being a cicerone. But we still have the real wonder of the Institute to behold, Doctor. Down this way. The real wonder of the Institute had nothing visible to do with science. It was the hall, in which lunched the staff, and in which occasional scientific dinners were given, with Mrs. McGurk as hostess. Martin gasped, and his head went back as his glance ran from glistening floor to black and gold ceiling. The hall rose the full height of the 2 floors of the Institute. Clinging to the soaring wall, above the dais on which lunched the director and the 7 heads of departments, was a carved musicians' gallery. Against the oak paneling of the walls were portraits of the pontiffs of science in crimson robes, with a vast mural by Maxfield Parrish, and above all was an electrolier of 100 globes. "Gosh! Jove!" said Martin. "I never knew there was such a room." Halliburd was generous. He did not smile. "Oh, perhaps it's almost too gorgeous. It's Capitola's pet creation. Capitola is Mrs. Ross McGurk, wife of the founder. She's really an awful nice woman, but she does love movements and associations. Terry Wickett, one of the chemists here, calls this Bonanza Hall. Yet it does inspire you when you come in to lunch all tired and grubby. Now let's go call on the director. He told me to bring you in." After the Babylonian splendor of the hall, Martin expected to find the office of Dr. A. DeWitt Tubbs, fashioned like a Roman bath, but it was, except for a laboratory bench at one end, the most rigidly businesslike apartment he had ever seen. Dr. Tubbs was an earnest man, whiskered like a terrier, very scholarly, and perhaps the most powerful American exponent of cooperation in science. But he was also a man of the world, fastidious of boots and waistcoats. He had graduated from Harvard, studied on the continent, been professor of pathology in the University of Minnesota, president of Hartford University, minister to Venezuela, editor of the Weekly Statesman, and president of the Sanity League, finally, director of McGurk. He was a member both of the American Academy of Arts and Letters and of the Academy of Sciences. Bishops, generals, liberal rabbis, and musical bankers dined with him. He was one of the distinguished men to whom the newspapers turned for authoritative interviews on all subjects. You realized before he had talked to you for 10 minutes that here was one of the few leaders of mankind who could discourse on any branch of knowledge, yet could control practical affairs and drive stumbling mankind on to sane and reasonable ideals. Though a Max Gottlieb might in his research show a certain talent, yet his narrowness, his sour and antic humor, kept him from developing the broad view of education, politics, commerce, and all other noble matters which marked Dr. A. DeWitt Tubbs. But the director was as cordial to the insignificant Martin Arrowsmith as though Martin were a visiting senator. He shook his hand warmly. He unbent in a smile. His baritone was mellow. "Dr. Arrowsmith, I trust we shall do more than merely say you are welcome here. I trust we shall show you how welcome you are. Dr. Gottlieb tells me that you have a natural aptitude for cloistered investigation, but that you have been looking over the fields of medical practice and public health before you settled down to the laboratory. I can't tell you how wise I consider you to have made that broad preliminary survey. Too many would-be scientists lack the tutored vision which comes from coordinating all mental domains." Martin was dazed to discover that he had been making a broad survey. "Now you'll doubtless wish to take some time, perhaps a year or more, in getting into your stride, Dr. Arrowsmith. I shan't ask you for any reports. So long as Dr. Gottlieb feels that you yourself are satisfied with your progress, I shall be content. Only if there is anything in which I can advise you, from a perhaps somewhat longer career in science, please believe that I shall be delighted to be of aid, and I am quite sure the same obtains with Dr. Halliburd here. though he really ought to be jealous because he is one of our youngest workers. In fact, I call him my enfant terrible. But you, I believe, are only 33, and you quite put the poor fellow's nose out." Halliburtt merrily suggested, "Oh no, doctor, it's been put out long ago. You forgot Terry Wickett. He's under 40. "Oh, him," murmured Dr. Tubbs. Martin had never heard a man disposed of so poisonously with such politeness. He saw that in Terry Wickett there might be a serpent even in this paradise. "Now," said Dr. Tubbs, "perhaps you might like to glance around my place here. I pride myself on keeping our card indices and letter files as unimaginatively as though I were an insurance agent. But there is a certain exotic touch in these charts." He trotted across the room to show a nest of narrow drawers filled with scientific blueprints. Just what they were charts of he did not say, nor did Martin ever learn. He pointed to the bench at the end of the room and laughingly admitted, "You can see there what an inefficient fellow I really am. I keep asserting that I have given up all the idyllic delights of pathological research for the less fascinating, but so very important and fatiguing cares of the directorship. Yet such is the weakness of genus homo that sometimes, when I ought to be attending to practical details, I become obsessed by some probably absurd pathological concept. And so ridiculous am I that I can't wait to hasten down the hall to my regular laboratory. I must always have a bench at hand and an experiment going on. Oh, I'm afraid I'm not the moral man that I pose as being in public. Here I am married to executive procedure, and still I hanker for my first love, milady's science." "I think it's fine you still have an itch for it," Martin ventured. He was wondering just what experiments Dr. Tubbs had been doing lately. The bench seemed rather unused. "And now, doctor, I want you to meet the real director of the Institute, my secretary, Miss Pearl Robbins." Martin had already noticed Miss Robbins. You could not help noticing Miss Robbins. She was 35 and stately, a creamy goddess. She rose to shake hands, a firm, competent grasp, and to cry in her glorious contralto, "Dr. Tubbs is so complimentary only because he knows that otherwise I wouldn't give him his afternoon tea. We've heard so much about your cleverness from Dr. Gottlieb that I'm almost afraid to welcome you, Dr. Arrowsmith, but I do want to." Then, in a glow, Martin stood in his laboratory looking at the Woolworth Tower. He was dizzy with these wonders, his own wonders now. In Rippleton Halliburtt, so gaily elegant, yet so distinguished, he hoped to have a friend. He found Dr. Tubbs somewhat sentimental, but he was moved by his kindness and by Miss Robbins's recognition. He was in a haze of future glory when his door was banged open by a hard-faced, red-headed, soft-shirted man of 36 or 8. "Arrowsmith?" the intruder growled. "My name is Wickett, Terry Wickett. I'm a chemist. I'm with Gottlieb. Well, I noticed the Holy Wren was showing you the menagerie." "Dr. Halliburtt?" "Him. Well, you must be more or less intelligent if Pa Gottlieb let you in. How's it starting? Which kind are you going to be? One of the polite birds that uses the Institute for social climbing and catches him a rich wife? Or one of the roughnecks like me and Gottlieb?" Terry Wickett's croak was as irritating a sound as Martin had ever heard. He answered in a voice curiously like that of Rippleton Halliburtt. "I don't think you need to worry. I happen to be married already." "Oh, don't let that fret you, Arrowsmith. Divorces are cheap in this man's town. Well, did the Holy Wren show you Gladys the tart?" "Huh?" "Gladys the tart, or the galloping centrifuge." "Oh, you mean the Berkeley Saunders?" "I do, soul of my soul. What'd you think of it?" "It's the finest centrifuge I've ever seen. Dr. Halliburtt said—" "Hell, he ought to say something. He went and got old Tubbs to buy it. He just loves it, Holy Wren does." "Why not? It's the fastest—" "Sure, speediest centrifuge in the whole Vereinigen, and made of the best toothpick steel. The only trouble is, it always blows out fuses, and it spatters the bugs so that you need a gas mask if you're going to use it. And did you love dear old Tubbsy and the Peerless Pearl? I did. Fine. Of course, Tubbs is an illiterate jackass, but still, at that, he hasn't got persecution mania like Gottlieb. Look here, Wicket. Is it Dr. Wicket? Uh-huh. M.D., Ph.D., but a first-class chemist just the same. Well, Dr. Wicket, it seems to me a shame that a man of your talents should have to associate with idiots like Gottlieb and Tubbs and Holabird. I've just left a Chicago clinic where everybody is nice and sensible. I'll be glad to recommend you for a job there. Wouldn't be so bad. At least I'd avoid all the gassing at lunch in Bonanza Hall. Well, sorry I got your goat, Arrowsmith, but you look all right to me. Thanks. Wicket grinned obscenely, red-headed, rough-faced, wiry, and snorted. By the way, did Holabird tell you about being wounded in the first month of the war, when he was a field marshal, or a hospital orderly, or something in the British Army? He did not. He didn't mention the war. He will. Well, Brer Arrowsmith, I look forward to many happy years together, playing at the feet of Pa Gottlieb. So long. My lab is right next to yours. Phoo, Martin decided, and, well, I can stand him as long as I can fall back on Gottlieb and Holabird. But the conceited idiot. Gosh, so Holabird was in the war. Invalided out, I guess. I certainly got back at Wicket on that. Did he tell you about his being a jolly old hero in the blinkin' war? He said. And I came right back at him. I'm sorry to displease you, I said, but Dr. Holabird did not mention the war. The idiot. Well, I won't let him worry me. And indeed, as Martin met the staff at lunch, Wicket was the only one whom he did not find courteous, however brief their greetings. He did not distinguish among them. For days most of the 20 researchers remained a blur. He confused Dr. Yeo, head of the Department of Biology, with the carpenter who had come to put up shelves. The staff sat in hall at 2 long tables, one on the dais, one below. Tiny insect groups among the massy ceiling. They were not particularly noble of aspect, these possible Darwins and Huxleys and Pasteurs. None of them were wide-browed Platos, except for Rippleton Holabird and Max Gottlieb, and perhaps Martin himself. They looked like lunching grocers, brisk featureless young men, thick mustached elders, and wimpish little men with spectacles, men whose collars did not meet. But there was a steady calm about them. There was, Martin believed, no anxiety over money in their voices, nor any restlessness of envy and scandalous gossip. They talked gravely or frivolously of their work, the one sort of work that, since it becomes part of the chain of discovered fact, is eternal, however forgotten the worker's name. As Martin listened to Terry Wicket, rude and slangy as ever, referring to himself as the boy chemist, speaking of this gaudy institute and our trusting new little brother Arrowsmith, debating with a slight thin-bearded man, Dr. William T. Smith, assistant in biochemistry, the possibility of increasing the effects of all enzymes by doses of X-rays, as he heard one associate member vituperate another for his notions of cell chemistry, and denounce Ehrlich as the Edison of medical science, Martin perceived new avenues of exciting research. He stood on a mountain, and unknown valleys, craggy tantalizing paths, were open to his feet. Part 5. Dr. and Mrs. Rippleton Holabird invited them to dinner a week after their coming. As Holabird's tweeds made Clay Treadgold's smartness seem hard and pretentious, so his dinner revealed Angus Dewar's affairs in Chicago as mechanical and joyless and a little anxious. Everyone whom Martin met at the Holabirds' flat was a somebody, though perhaps a minor somebody, a goodish editor or a rising ethnologist, and all of them had Holabird's graceful casualness. The provincial Arrowsmiths arrived on time, therefore 15 minutes early. Before the cocktails appeared in old Venetian glass, Martin demanded, "Doctor, what problems are you getting after now in your physiology?" Holabird was transformed into an ardent boy. With a deprecatory, "Would you really like to hear about 'em? You needn't be polite, you know." He dashed into an exposition of his experiments, drawing sketches on the blank spaces in newspaper advertisements, on the back of a wedding invitation, on the flyleaf of a presentation novel, looking at Martin apologetically, learned yet gay. "We're working on the localization of brain functions. I think we've gone beyond Bolton and Fletzig." "Oh, it's jolly exciting, exploring the brain. Look here." His swift pencil was sketching the cerebrum. The brain lived and beat under his fingers. He threw down the paper. "I say, it's a shame to inflict my hobbies on you. Besides, the others are coming. Tell me, how is your work going? Are you comfortable at the Institute? Do you find you like people?" "Everybody except, to be frank, I'm jarred by Wicket." Generously, "I know. His manner is slightly aggressive. But you mustn't mind him. He's really an extraordinarily gifted biochemist. He's a bachelor, gives up everything for his work. And he doesn't really mean half the rude things he says. He detests me among others. Has he mentioned me?" "Why, not especially." "I have a feeling he goes around saying that I talk about my experiences in the war, which really isn't quite altogether true." "Yes," in a burst, "he did say that." "I do rather wish he wouldn't. So sorry to have offended him by going and getting wounded. I'll remember and not do it again. Such a fuss for a war record as insignificant as mine. What happened was, when the war broke out in 14, I was in England, studying under Sherrington. I pretended to be a Canadian and joined up with the medical corps and got mine within 3 weeks and got hoofed out, and that was the end of my magnificent career. Here's somebody arriving." His easy gallantry won Martin complete. Leora was equally captivated by Mrs. Holabird, and they went home from the dinner in new enchantment. So began for them a white light of happiness. Martin was scarce more blissful in his undisturbed work than in his life outside the laboratory. All the first week he forgot to ask what his salary was to be. Then it became a game to wait till the end of the month. Evenings, in little restaurants, Leora and he would speculate about it. The Institute would surely not pay him less than the $2,500 a year he had received at the Rounsfield Clinic, but on evenings when he was tired it dropped to $1,500, and one evening, when they had Burgundy, he raised it to $3,500. When his first monthly check came, neat in a little sealed envelope, he dared not look at it. He took it home to Leora. In their hotel room they stared at the envelope as though it was likely to contain poison. Martin opened it shakily. He stared and whispered, "Oh, those decent people. They're paying me. This is for $420. They're paying me $5,000 a year." Mrs. Holabird, a white kitten of a woman, helped Leora find a 3-room flat with a spacious living room in an old house near Gramercy Park, and helped her furnish it with good bits, second hand. When Martin was permitted to look, he cried, "I hope we stay here for 50 years." This was the Grecian Isle where they found peace. Presently they had friends, the Holabirds, Dr. Billy Smith, the thin-bearded biochemist, who had an intelligent taste in music and German beer, an anatomist whom Martin met at a Winnemac alumni dinner, and always Max Gottlieb. Gottlieb had found his own serenity. In the 70s he had a brown small flat, smelling of tobacco and leather books. His son Robert had graduated from City College and gone bustlingly into business. Miriam kept up her music while she guarded her father, a dumpling of a girl, holy fire behind the deceptive flesh. After an evening of Gottlieb's acrid doubting, Martin was inspired to hasten to the laboratory and attempt 1,000 new queries into the laws of microorganisms, a task which usually began with blasphemously destroying all the work he had recently done. Even Terry Wicket became more tolerable. Martin perceived that Wicket's snarls were partly a Cliff Clawson misconception of humor, but partly a resentment as great as Gottlieb's, of the morphological scientists who ticket things with the nicest little tickets, who name things and rename them and never analyze them. Wicked often worked all night. He was to be seen in shirt sleeves, his sulky red hair rumpled, sitting with a stopwatch before a constant temperature bath for hours. Now and then it was a relief to have the surly intentness of Wicket instead of the elegance of Rippleton Hollibird, which demanded from Martin so much painful elegance in turn, at a time when he was sunk beyond sounding in his experimentation. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. His work began fumblingly. There were days when, for all the joy of it, he dreaded lest Tubbs stride in and bellow, "What are you doing here? You're the wrong Arrowsmith. Get out!" He had isolated 20 strains of staphylococcus germs, and he was testing them to discover which of them was most active in producing a hemolytic, a blood disintegrating toxin, so that he might produce an antitoxin. There were picturesque moments when, after centrifuging, the organisms lay in coiling cloudy masses at the bottoms of tubes, or when the red corpuscles were completely dissolved and the opaque brick-red liquid turned to the color of pale wine. But most of the processes were incomparably tedious, removing samples of the culture every 6 hours, making salt suspensions of corpuscles in small tubes, recording the results. He never knew they were tedious. Tubbs came in now and then, found him busy, patted his shoulder, said something which sounded like French and might even have been French, and gave vague encouragement, while Gottlieb imperturbably told him to go ahead, and now and then stirred him by showing his own notebooks. They were full of figures and abbreviations, stupid seeming as invoices of calico, or by speaking of his own work, in a vocabulary as heathenish as Tibetan magic. Arrhenius and Madsen have made a contribution toward bringing immunity reactions under the mass action law. But I hope to show that antigen-antibody combinations occur in stoichiometric proportions when certain variables are held constant. "Oh yes, I see," said Martin, and to himself, "Well, I darn near a quarter understand that. Oh Lord, if they'll only give me a little time and not send me back to tacking up diphtheria posters." When he had obtained a satisfactory toxin, Martin began his effort to find an antitoxin. He made vast experiments with no results. Sometimes he was certain that he had something, but when he rechecked his experiments, he was bleakly certain that he hadn't. Once he rushed into Gottlieb's laboratory with the announcement of the antitoxin, whereupon with affection and several discomforting questions, and the present of a box of real Egyptian cigarettes, Gottlieb showed him that he had not considered certain dilutions. With all his amateurish fumbling, Martin had one characteristic without which there can be no science, a wide-ranging, sniffing, snuffling, undignified, unself-dramatizing curiosity, and it drove him on. Part 2. While he puttered his insignificant way through the early years of the great European war, the Mcgurk Institute had a lively existence under its placid surface. Martin may not have learned much in the matter of antibodies, but he did learn the secret of the Institute, and he saw that behind all its quiet industriousness was Capitola Mcgurk, the great white uplifter. Capitola, Mrs. Ross Mcgurk, had been opposed to woman suffrage, until she learned that women were certain to get the vote, but she was a complete controller of virtuous affairs. Ross Mcgurk had bought the Institute not only to glorify himself, but to divert Capitola and keep her itching fingers out of his shipping and mining and lumber interests, which would not too well have borne the investigations of a great white uplifter. Ross McGurk was at the time a man of 54, second generation of California railroad men, a graduate of Yale, big, suave, dignified, cheerful, unscrupulous. Even in 1908, when he had founded the Institute, he had had too many houses, too many servants, too much food, and no children, because Capitola considered that sort of thing detrimental to women with large responsibilities. In the Institute he found each year more satisfaction, more excuse for having lived. When Gottlieb arrived, McGurk went up to look him over. McGurk had bullied Dr. Tubbs now and then. Tubbs was compelled to scurry to his office as though he were a messenger boy. Yet when he saw the saturnine eyes of Gottlieb, McGurk looked interested, and the two men, the bulky, clothes-conscious, powerful, reticent American, and the cynical, simple, power-despising European, became friends. McGurk would slip away from a conference affecting the commerce of a whole West Indian island to sit on a high stool, silent, and watch Gottlieb work. "Some day when I quit hustling and wake up, I'm going to become your garçon, Max," said McGurk, and Gottlieb answered, "I don't know. You have imagination, Ross, but I think you are too late to get a training in reality. Now if you do not mind eating at Childs's, we will avoid your very expostulatory Regal Hall, and I shall invite you to lunch." But Capitola did not join their communion. Gottlieb's arrogance had returned, and with Capitola McGurk he needed it. She had such interesting little problems for her husband's pensioners to attack. Once, in excitement, she visited Gottlieb's laboratory to tell him that large numbers of persons die of cancer, and why didn't he drop this anti-whatever it was and find a cure for cancer, which would be ever so nice for all of them. But her real grievance arose when, after Rippleton Hallabird had agreed to give midnight supper on the roof of the Institute to one of her most intellectual dinner parties, she telephoned to Gottlieb, merely asking, "Would it be too much trouble for you to go down and open your lab so we can all enjoy just a tiny peep at it?" And he answered, "It would. Good night." Capitola protested to her husband. He listened, at least he seemed to listen, and remarked, "Cap, I don't mind your playing the fool with the footmen. They've got to stand it. But if you get funny with Max, I'll simply shut up the whole Institute, and then you won't have anything to talk about at the Colony Club. And it certainly does beat the deuce that a man worth $30 million, at least a fellow that's got that much, can't find a clean pair of pajamas. No, I won't have a valet. Oh, please now, Capitola, please quit being high-minded and let me go to sleep, will you?" But Capitola was uncontrollable, especially in the matter of the monthly dinners which she gave at the Institute. Part 3. The first of the McGurk scientific dinners, which Martin and Leora witnessed, was a particularly important and explanatory dinner, because the guest of honor was Major General Sir Isaac Mallard, the London surgeon, who was in America with a British war mission. He had already beautifully let himself be shown through the Institute. He had been Sir Isaac'd by Dr. Tubbs and every researcher except Terry Wickett. He remembered meeting Rippleton Hallabird in London, or said he remembered, and he admired Gladys the centrifuge. The dinner began with one misfortune in that Terry Wickett, who hitherto could be depended upon to stay decently away, now appeared, volunteering to the wife of an ex-ambassador, "I simply couldn't duck this spread, with dear Sir Isaac coming. Say, if I hadn't told you, you wouldn't hardly think my dress suit was rented, would you? Have you noticed that Sir Isaac is getting so he doesn't tear the carpet with his spurs any more? I wonder if he still kills all his mastoid patients." There was vast music, vaster food. There were uncomfortable scientists explaining to golden cooing ladies, in a few words, just what they were up to and what in the next 20 years they hoped to be up to. There were the cooing ladies themselves, observing in tones of pretty rebuke, "But I am afraid you haven't yet made it clear as you might." There were the cooing ladies' husbands, college graduates, manipulators of oil stocks or of corporate law, who sat ready to give to anybody who desired it their opinion that while antitoxins might be racy, what we really needed was a good substitute for rubber. There was Rippleton Hollibird being charming. And in the pause of the music, there suddenly was Terry Wickett saying to quite an important woman, one of Capitola's most useful friends, "Yes, his name is spelled Gottllieb, but it's pronounced Goddamn." But such outsiders as Wickett, and such silent riders as Martin and Leora, and such totally absent members as Max Gottlieb were few, and the dinner waxed magnificently to a love feast when Dr. Tubbs and Sir Isaac Mallard paid compliments to each other, to Capitola, to the sacred soil of France, to brave little Belgium, to American hospitality, to British love of privacy, and to the extremely interesting things a young man with a sense of cooperation might do in modern science. The guests were conducted through the Institute. They inspected the Marine Biology Aquarium, the Pathological Museum, and the Animal House, at sight of which one sprightly lady demanded of Wickett, "Oh, the poor little guinea pigs and darling rabbits!" "Now honestly, doctor, don't you think it would be ever so much nicer if you let them go free, and just worked with your test tubes?" A popular physician, whose practice was among rich women, none of them west of Fifth Avenue, said to the sprightly lady, "I think you're absolutely right. I never have to kill any poor wee little beasties to get my knowledge." With astounding suddenness, Wickett took his hat and went away. The sprightly lady said, "You see, he didn't dare stand up to a real argument. Oh, Dr. Arrowsmith, of course I know how wonderful Ross McGurk and Dr. Tubbs and all of you are, but I must say I'm disappointed in your laboratories. I'd expected there'd be such larky retorts and electric furnaces and everything, but, honestly, I don't see a single thing that's interesting, and I do think all you clever people ought to do something for us, now that you've coaxed us all the way down here. Can't you or somebody create life out of turtle eggs or whatever it is? Oh, please do. Please, please. Or at least do put on one of these cunnin' dentist coats that you wear." Then Martin also went rapidly away, accompanied by a furious Leora, who in the taxicab announced that she had desired to taste the champagne cup which she had observed on the buffet, and that her husband was little short of a fool. Part 4. Thus, however satisfying his work, Martin began to wonder about the perfection of his sanctuary, to wonder why Gottlieb should be so insulting at lunch to neat Dr. Schultheiss, the industrious head of the Department of Epidemiology, and why Dr. Schultheiss should endure the insults. To wonder why Dr. Tubbs, when he wandered into one's laboratory, should gurgle, "The one thing for you to keep in view in all your work is the ideal of cooperation." To wonder why so ardent a physiologist as Rippleton Hollibird should all day long be heard conferring with Tubbs instead of sweating at his bench. Hollibird had, 5 years before, done one bit of research which had taken his name into scientific journals throughout the world. He had studied the effect of the extirpation of the anterior lobes of a dog's brain on its ability to find its way through the laboratory. Martin had read of that research before he had thought of going to Mcgurk. On his arrival he was thrilled to have it chronicled by the master himself. But when he had heard Hollibird refer to it a dozen times, he was considerably less thrilled, and he speculated whether all his life Hollibird would go on being "the man, you remember, the chap that did the big stunt, whatever it was, with locomotion and dogs or something." Martin speculated still more as he perceived that all his colleagues were secretly grouped in factions. Tubbs, Hollibird, and perhaps Tubbs's secretary, Pearl Robbins, were the ruling caste. It was murmured that Hollibird hoped some day to be made assistant director, an office which was to be created for him. Gottlieb, Terry Wickett, and Dr. Nicholas Yeo, that long-mustached and rustic biologist, whom Martin had first taken for a carpenter, formed an independent faction of their own. And however much he disliked the boisterous Wickett, Martin was dragged into it. Dr. William Smith, with his little beard and a notion of mushrooms formed in Paris, kept to himself. Dr. Scholthies, who had been born to a synagogue in Russia, but who was now the most zealous High Church Episcopalian in Yonkers, was constantly, in his polite small way, trying to have his scientific work commended by Gottlieb. In the department of biophysics, the good-natured chief was reviled and envied by his own assistant. And in the whole institute there was not one man who would, in all states of liquor, assert that the work of any other scientist anywhere was completely sound, or that there was a single one of his rivals who had not stolen ideas from him. No rocking-chair clique on a summer hotel porch, no knot of actors, ever whispered more scandal or hinted more warmly of complete idiocy in their confrères than did these uplifted scientists. But these discoveries Martin could shut out by closing his door, and he had that to do now which deafened him to the mutters of intrigue. Part 5. For once Gottlieb did not amble into his laboratory, but curtly summoned him. In a corner of Gottlieb's office, a den opening from his laboratory, was Terry Wickett, rolling a cigarette and looking sardonic. Gottlieb observed, "Martin, I have taken the privilege of talking you over with Terry, and we concluded that you have done well enough now, so it is time you stop puttering and go to work." "I thought I was working, sir." All the wild placidness of his halcyon days was gone. He saw himself driven back to Pickerbauism. Wickett intruded. "No, you haven't. You've just been showing that you're a bright boy who might work if he only knew something." While Martin turned on Wickett with a "Who the devil are you?" expression, Gottlieb went on. "The fact is, Martin, you can do nothing till you know a little mathematics. If you are not going to be a cookbook bacteriologist, like most of them, you must be able to handle some of the fundamentals of science. All living things are physico-chemical machines. Then how can you make progress if you do not know physical chemistry? And how can you know physical chemistry without much mathematics?" "Yuh," said Wickett. "You're lawn mowing and daisy picking, not digging." Martin faced them. "But rats, Wickett, a man can't know everything. I'm a bacteriologist, not a physicist. Strikes me a fellow ought to use his insight, not just a chest of tools, to make discoveries. A good sailor could find his way at sea even if he didn't have instruments, and a whole Lusitania full of junk wouldn't make a good sailor out of a dub. Man ought to develop his brain, not depend on tools." "Yeah, but if there were charts and quadrants in existence, a sailor that cruised off without 'em would be a chump." For half an hour Martin defended himself, not too politely, before the gem-like Gottlieb, the granite Wickett. All the while he knew that he was sickeningly ignorant. They ceased to take interest. Gottlieb was looking at his notebooks. Wickett was clumping off to work. Martin glared at Gottlieb. The man meant so much that he could be furious with him as he would have been with Leora, with his own self. "I'm sorry you think I don't know anything," he raged, and departed with the finest dramatic violence. He slammed into his own laboratory, felt freed, then wretched. Without volition, like a drunken man, he stormed to Wickett's room, protesting, "I suppose you're right. My physical chemistry is nix, and my math rotten. What am I going to do? What am I going to do?" The embarrassed barbarian grumbled, "Well, for Pete's sake, Slim, don't worry. The old man and I were just egging you on. Fact is, he's tickled to death about the careful way you're starting in. About the math, probably you're better off than the Holy Wren and Tubbs right now. You've forgotten all the math you ever knew, and they never knew any. Gosh all fishhooks, science is supposed to mean knowledge, from the Greek, a handsome language spoken by the good old booze-hoisting Helenas, and the way most of the science boys resent having to stop writing little jeweled papers or giving teas and sweat at getting some knowledge certainly does make me a grand booster for the human race. My own math isn't any too good, Slim, but if you'd like to have me come around evenings and tutor you, free, I mean. Thus began the friendship between Martin and Terry Wickett. Thus began a change in Martin's life, whereby he gave up 3 or 4 hours of wholesome sleep each night to grind over matters which everyone is assumed to know, and almost everyone does not know. He took up algebra, found that he had forgotten most of it, cursed over the competition of the indefatigable A and the indolent B, who walk from Y to Z, hired a Columbia tutor, and finished the subject with a spurt of something like interest in regard to quadratic equations in 6 weeks, while Leora listened, watched, waited, made sandwiches, and laughed at the tutor's jokes. By the end of his first 9 months at McGurk, Martin had reviewed trigonometry and analytic geometry, and he was finding differential calculus romantic. But he made the mistake of telling Terry Wickett how much he knew. Terry croaked, "Don't trust math too much, son," and he so confused him with references to the thermodynamical derivation of the mass action law and to the oxidation reduction potential that he stumbled again into raging humility, again saw himself an impostor and a 10th-rater. He read the classics of physical science, Copernicus and Galileo, Lavoisier, Newton, Laplace, Descartes, Faraday. He became completely bogged in Newton's fluxions. He spoke of Newton to Tubbs, and found that the illustrious director knew nothing about him. He cheerfully mentioned this to Terry, and was shockingly cursed for his conceit as a nouveau cultured, as a typical enthusiastic convert, and so returned to the work whose end is satisfying because there is never an end. His life did not seem edifying, nor in any degree amusing. When Tubbs peeped into his laboratory, he found a humorless young man going about his tests of hemolytic toxins with no apparent flair for the real big thing in science, which was cooperation and being efficient. Tubbs tried to set him straight with, "Are you quite sure you're following a regular demarked line in your work?" It was Leora who bore the real tedium. She sat quiet, a frail child, only up to one's shoulder, not 9 minutes older than at marriage, 9 years before. Or she napped inoffensively in the long living room of their flat, while he worked over his dreary digit-infested books till 1, till 2, and she politely woke to let him worry at her. "But look here now, I've got to keep up my research at the same time. God, I'm so tired." She dragged him away for an illegal 5-day walk on Cape Cod in March. He sat between the twin lights at Chatham and fumed, "I'm going back and tell Terry and Gottlieb they can go to the devil with their crazy physical chemistry. I've had enough, now I've done math." And she commented, "Yes, I certainly would, though isn't it funny how Dr. Gottlieb always seems to be right?" He was so absorbed in staphylolysin and in calculus that he did not realize the world was about to be made safe for democracy. He was a little dazed when America entered the war. Part 6. Dr. Tubbs dashed to Washington to offer the services of the Institute to the War Department. All the members of the staff, except Gottlieb and 2 others who declined to be so honored, were made officers and told to run out and buy nice uniforms. Tubbs became a colonel, Rippleton Hollibird a major, Martin and Wickett and Billy Smith were captains. But the garçons had no military rank whatever, nor any military duties except the polishing of brown riding boots and leather puttees, which the several warriors wore as pleased their fancies or their legs. And the most belligerent of all, Miss Pearl Robbins, she who at tea heroically slaughtered not only German men but all their women and viperine children, was wickedly unrecognized and had to make up a uniform for herself. The only one of them who got nearer to the front than Liberty Street was Terry Wickett, who suddenly asked for leave, was transferred to the artillery, and sailed off to France. He apologized to Martin. "I'm ashamed of chucking my work like this, and I certainly don't want to kill Germans. I mean, not any more than I want to kill most people, but I never could resist getting into a big show. Say, Slim, keep an eye on Pa Gottlieb, will you? This has hit him bad. He's got a bunch of nephews and so on in the German army, and the patriots like Bigfoot Pearl will give an exhibit of idealism by persecuting him. So long, Slim. Take care yourself." Martin had vaguely protested at being herded into the army. The war was to him chiefly another interruption to his work, like Pickerbawism, like earning his living at Wheatsylvania. But when he had gone strutting forth in uniform, it was so enjoyable that for several weeks he was a standard patriot. He had never looked so well, so taut and erect, as in khaki. It was enchanting to be saluted by privates, quite as enchanting to return the salute in the dignified, patronizing, all comrades together splendor which Martin shared with the other doctors, professors, lawyers, brokers, authors, and former socialist intellectuals who were his fellow officers. But in a month the pleasures of being a hero became mechanical, and Martin longed for soft shirts, easy shoes, and clothes with reasonable pockets. His puttees were a nuisance to wear and an inferno to put on. His collar pinched his neck and jabbed his chin, and it was wearing on a man who sat up till 3 on the perilous duty of studying calculus to be snappy at every salute. Under the martinet eye of Colonel Director Dr. A. DeWitt Tubbs, he had to wear his uniform, at least recognizable portions of it, at the Institute, but by evening he slipped into the habit of sneaking into citizen clothes, and when he went with Leora to the movies, he had an agreeable feeling of being absent without leave, of risking at every street corner arrest by the military police and execution at dawn. Unfortunately, no MP ever looked at him. But one evening, when in an estimable and innocent manner, he was looking at the remains of a gunman who had just been murdered by another gunman, he realized that Major Rippleton Hollibird was standing by glaring. For once the major was unpleasant. "Captain, does it seem to you that this is quite playing the game to wear mufti? We, unfortunately, with our scientific work, haven't the privilege of joining the boys who are up against the real thing, but we are under orders just as if we were in the trenches, where some of us would so much like to be again. Captain, I trust I shall never again see you breaking the order about being in uniform, or, Martin blurted to Leora later, "I'm sick of hearing about his being wounded. Nothing that I can see to prevent his going back to the trenches. Wound is all right now. I want to be patriotic, but my patriotism is chasing antitoxins, doing my job, not wearing a particular kind of pants and a particular set of ideas about the Germans. Mind you, I'm anti-German all right. I think they're probably just as bad as we are. Oh, let's go back and do some more calculus. Darling, my working nights doesn't bore you too much, does it?" Leora had cunning. When she could not be enthusiastic, she could be unannoyingly silent. At the Institute, Martin perceived that he was not the only defender of his country who was not comfortable in the garb of heroes. The most dismal of the staff members was Dr. Nicholas Yeo, the Yankee sandy-mustached head of the Department of Biology. Yeo had put on major's uniform, but he never felt neighborly with it. He knew he was a major because Colonel Dr. Tubbs had told him he was, and he knew that this was a major's uniform because the clothing salesman said so. He walked out of the Mcgurk Building in a melancholy, deprecatory way, with one breeches leg bulging over his riding boots. And however piously he tried, he never remembered to button his blouse over the violet-flowered shirts which, he often confided, you could buy ever so cheap on 8th Avenue. But Major Dr. Yeo had one military triumph. he hoarsely explained to Martin as they were marching to the completely militarized dining hall. "Say, Arrowsmith, do you ever get balled up about this saluting? Darn it, I never can figure out what all these insignia mean. One time I took a Salvation Army lieutenant for a YMCA general, or maybe he was a Portuguese. But I've got the idea now." Yeo laid his finger beside his large nose and produced wisdom. "Whenever I see any fellow in uniform that looks older than I am, I salute him. My nephew Ted has drilled me so I salute swell now, and if he don't salute back, well, Lord, I just think about my work and don't fuss. If you look at it scientifically, this military life isn't so awful hard after all." Part 7. Always in Paris or in Bonn, Max Gottlieb had looked to America as a land which, in its freedom from royalist tradition, in its contact with the realities of cornfields and blizzards and town meetings, had set its face against the puerile pride of war. He believed that he had ceased to be a German now and become a countryman of Lincoln. The European War was the one thing, besides his discharge from Winnemac, which had ever broken his sardonic serenity. In the war he could see no splendor nor hope, but only crawling tragedy. He treasured his months of work and good talk in France, in England, in Italy. He loved his French and English and Italian friends, as he loved his ancient Korpsbrüder, and very well indeed, beneath his mocking, did he love the Germans with whom he had drudged and drunk. His sister's sons, on home-craving vacations he had seen them, in babyhood, in boyhood, in ruffling young manhood, went out with the Kaiser's colors in 1914. One of them became an Oberst. Much decorated, one existed insignificantly, and one was dead and stinking in 10 days. This he sadly endured, as later he endured his son Robert's going out as an American lieutenant, to fight his own cousins. What struck down this man, to whom abstractions and scientific laws were more than kindly flesh, was the mania of hate which overcame the unmilitaristic America to which he had emigrated in protest against Junkerdom. Incredulously he perceived women asserting that all Germans were baby killers, universities barring the language of Heine, orchestras outlawing the music of Beethoven, professors in uniform bellowing at clerks, and the clerks never protesting. It is uncertain whether the real hurt was to his love for America or to his egotism, that he should have guessed so grotesquely. It is curious that he who had so denounced the machine-made education of the land should yet have been surprised when it turned blithely to the old, mechanical mockeries of war. When the Institute sanctified the war, he found himself regarded not as the great and impersonal immunologist, but as a suspect German Jew. True, the Terry, who went off to the artillery, did not look upon him dourly, but Major Rippleton Hollibird became erect and stiff when they passed in the corridor. When Gottlieb insisted to Tubbs at lunch, "I am willing to admit every virtue of the French. I am very fond of that so individual people, but on the theory of probabilities, I suggest there must be some good Germans out of 60 millions. Then Colonel Dr. Tubbs commanded, "In this time of world tragedy, it does not seem to me particularly becoming to try to be flippant, Dr. Gottlieb." In shops and on the elevated trains, little red-faced sweaty people, when they heard his accent, glared at him, and growled one to another, "There's one of them damn barbarous well-poisoning Huns." And however contemptuous he might be, however much he strove for ignoring pride, their nibbling reduced him from arrogant scientist to an insecure, raw-nerved, shrinking old man. And once a hostess of old time had been proud to know him, a hostess whose maiden name was Straufnabel, and who had married into the famous old Anglican family of Rosemont. When Gottlieb bade her "Auf Wiedersehen," cried out upon him, "Dr. Gottlieb, I am very sorry, but the use of that disgusting language is not permitted in this house." He had almost recovered from the anxieties of Winnemac and the Hunziker factory. He had begun to expand, to entertain people, scientists, musicians, talkers. Now he was thrust back into himself. With Terry gone, he trusted only Miriam and Martin and Ross McGurk, and his deep-set, wrinkle-lidded eyes looked ever on sadness. But he could still be tart. He suggested that Capitola ought to have in the window of her house a service flag with a star for every person at the Institute who had put on uniform. She took it quite seriously, and did it. Part 8. The military duties of the McGurk staff did not consist entirely in wearing uniforms, receiving salutes, and listening to Colonel Dr. Tubbs's luncheon lectures on the part America will inevitably play in the reconstruction of a democratic Europe. They prepared sera. The assistant in the Department of Biophysics was inventing electrified wire entanglements. Dr. Billy Smith, who 6 months before had been singing student leader at Luchow's, was working on poison gas to be used against all singers of leader. And to Martin was assigned the manufacture of lipovaccine, a suspension of finely ground typhoid and paratyphoid organisms in oil. It was a greasy job and dull. Martin was faithful enough about it and gave to it almost every morning. But he blasphemed more than usual, and he unholily welcomed scientific papers in which lipovaccines were condemned as inferior to ordinary salt solutions. He was conscious of Gottlieb's sorrowing, and tried to comfort him. It was Martin's most pitiful fault that he was not very kind to shy people, and lonely people, and stupid old people. He was not cruel to them, he simply was unconscious of them, or so impatient of their fumbling that he avoided them. Whenever Leora taxed him with it, he grumbled, "Well, but I'm too much absorbed in my work, or in doping stuff out, to waste time on morons. And it's a good thing. Most people above the grade of hog do so much chasing around after a lot of vague philanthropy that they never get anything done. And most of your confounded shy people get spiritually pauperized. Oh, it's so much easier to be good-natured and purring and self-congratulatory and generally footless than it is to pound ahead and keep yourself strictly for your own work, the work that gets somewhere. Very few people have the courage to be decently selfish, not answer letters, and demand the right to work. If they had their way, these sentimentalists would have had a Newton, yes, or probably a Christ, giving up everything they did for the world to address meetings and listen to troubles of cranky old maids. Nothing takes so much courage as to keep hard and clear-headed. And he hadn't even that courage. When Leora had made complaint, he would be forcibly kind to all sorts of alarmed stray beggars for a day or two, then drift back into his absorption. There were but two people whose unhappiness could always pierce him, Leora and Gottlieb. Though he was busier than he had known anyone could ever be, with lipovaccines in the morning, physical chemistry in the evening, and, at all sorts of intense hours between, the continuation of his staphylolysin research, he gave what time he could to seeking out Gottlieb and warming his vanity by reverent listening. Then his research wiped out everything else, made him forget Gottlieb and Leora and all his briskness about studying, made him turn his war work over to others, and confounded night and day in one insane flaming blur as he realized that he had something not unworthy of a Gottlieb, something at the mysterious source of life. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Captain Martin Arrowsmith, M.R.C., came home to his good wife Leora, wailing, "I'm so rotten tired, and I feel kind of discouraged. I haven't accomplished a darn thing in this whole year at McGurk. Sterile. No good. And I'm hanged if I'll study calculus this evening. Let's go to the movies. Won't even change to regular human clothes. Too tired." "All right, honey," said Leora, "but let's have dinner here. I bought a wonderful old fish this afternoon." Through the film, Martin gave his opinion, as a captain and as a doctor, that it seemed improbable a mother should not know her daughter after an absence of 10 years. He was restless and rational, which is not a mood in which to view the cinema. When they came blinking out of that darkness, lit only from the shadowy screen, he snorted, "I'm going back to the lab. I'll put you in a taxi." "Oh, let the beastly thing go for one night." "Now that's unfair. I haven't worked late for 3 or 4 nights now." "Then take me along." "Nope. I have a hunch I may be working all night." Liberty Street, as he raced along it, was sleeping below its towers. It was McGurk's order that the elevator to the Institute should run all night, and indeed 3 or 4 of the 20 staff members did sometimes use it after respectable hours. That morning Martin had isolated a new strain of Staphylococcus bacteria from the gluteal carbuncle of a patient in the Lower Manhattan Hospital, a carbuncle which was healing with unusual rapidity. He had placed a bit of the pus in broth and incubated it. In 8 hours a good growth of bacteria had appeared. Before going wearily home, he had returned the flask to the incubator. He was not particularly interested in it, and now, in his laboratory, he removed his military blouse, looked down to the lights on the blue-black river, smoked a little, thought what a dog he was not to be gentler to Leora, and damned Bert Tozer and Pickerbaugh and Tubbs and anybody else who was handy to his memory before he absent-mindedly wavered to the incubator and found that the flask, in which there should have been a perceptible cloudy growth, had no longer any signs of bacteria, of Staphylococcus. "Now what the hell?" he cried. "Why, the broth's as clear as when I seeded it. Now what the—" Think of this fool accident coming up just when I was going to start something new. He hastened from the incubator, in a closet off the corridor, to his laboratory and, holding the flask under a strong light, made certain that he had seen aright. He fretfully prepared a slide from the flask contents and examined it under the microscope. He discovered nothing but shadows of what had been bacteria, thin outlines, the form still there, but the cell substance gone, minute skeletons on an infinitesimal battlefield. He raised his head from the microscope, rubbed his tired eyes, reflectively rubbed his neck. His blouse was off, his collar on the floor, his shirt open at the throat. He considered, something funny here. This culture was growing all right, and now it's committed suicide. Never heard of bugs doing that before. I've hit something. What caused it? Some chemical change? Something organic? Now in Martin Arrowsmith there were no decorative heroisms, no genius for amours, no exotic wit, no edifyingly born misfortunes. He presented neither picturesque elegance nor a moral message. He was full of hasty faults and of perverse honesty. A young man often unkindly, often impolite. But he had one gift, a curiosity whereby he saw nothing as ordinary. Had he been an acceptable hero, like Major Rippleton Hollibird, he would have chucked the contents of the flask into the sink, avowed with pretty modesty, "Silly, I've made some error," and gone his ways. But Martin, being Martin, walked prosaically up and down his laboratory, snarling, "Now there was some cause for that, and I'm going to find out what it was." He did have one romantic notion. He would telephone to Leora and tell her that splendor was happening, and she wasn't to worry about him. He fumbled down the corridor, lighting matches, trying to find electric switches. At night all halls are haunted. Even in the smirkingly new Mcgurk Building there had been a bookkeeper who committed suicide. As Martin groped he was shakily conscious of feet padding behind him, of shapes which leered from doorways and insolently vanished, of ancient bodiless horrors, and when he found the switch, he rejoiced in the blessing and security of sudden light that recreated the world. At the Institute telephone switchboard, he plugged in wherever it seemed reasonable. Once he thought he was talking to Leora, but it proved to be a voice, sexless and intolerant, which said, "Number, please," with a taut alertness impossible to anyone so indolent as Leora. Once it was a voice which slobbered, "Is this Sera?" Then, "I don't want you. Ring off, will ya?" Once a girl pleaded, "Honestly, Billy, I did try to get there, but the boss came in at 5 and he said—" As for the rest, it was only a burring, the sound of 7 million people hungry for sleep or love or money. He observed, "Oh, rats, I guess Lee'll have gone to bed by now," and felt his way back to the laboratory. A detective, hunting the murderer of bacteria, he stood with his head back, scratching his chin, scratching his memory for like cases of microorganisms committing suicide or being slain without perceptible cause. He rushed upstairs to the library, consulted the American and English authorities, and, laboriously, the French and German. He found nothing. He worried lest there might, somehow, have been no living staphylococci in the pus which he had used for seeding the broth, none there to die. At a hectic run, not stopping for lights, bumping corners and sliding on to the too perfect tile floor, he skidded down the stairs and galloped through the corridors to his room. He found the remains of the original pus, made a smear on a glass slide, and stained it with gentian violet, nervously dribbling out 1 drop of the gorgeous dye. He sprang to the microscope. As he bent over the brass tube and focused the objective into the grey lavender circular field of vision, rose to existence the grape-like clusters of staphylococcus germs, purple dots against the blank plane. "Staph in it, all right," he shouted. Then he forgot Leora, war, night, weariness, success, everything, as he charged into preparations for an experiment, his first great experiment. He paced furiously, rather dizzy. He shook himself into calmness and settled down at a table among rings and spirals of cigarette smoke, to list on small sheets of paper all the possible causes of suicide in the bacteria, all the questions he had to answer and the experiments which should answer them. It might be that alkali in an improperly cleaned flask had caused the clearing of the culture. It might be some anti-staph substance existing in the pus, or something liberated by the staphylococci themselves. It might be some peculiarity of this particular broth. Each of these had to be tested. He pried open the door of the glass storeroom, shattering the lock. He took new flasks, cleaned them, plugged them with cotton, and placed them in the hot air oven to sterilize. He found other batches of broth. As a matter of fact, he stole them from Gottlieb's private and highly sacred supply in the icebox. He filtered some of the clarified culture through a sterile porcelain filter, and added to it his regular staphylococcus strains. And perhaps most important of all, he discovered that he was out of cigarettes. Incredulously, he slapped each of his pockets, and went the round and slapped them all over again. He looked into his discarded military blouse, had a cheering idea about having seen cigarettes in a drawer, did not find them, and brazenly marched into the room where hung the aprons and jackets of the technicians. Furiously he pilfered pockets and found a dozen beautiful cigarettes in a wrinkled and flattened paper case. To test each of the 4 possible causes of the flask's clearing, he prepared and seeded with bacteria a series of flasks under varying conditions, and set them away in the incubator at body temperature. Till the last flask was put away, his hand was steady, his worn face calm. He was above all nervousness, free from all uncertainty, a professional going about his business. By this time it was 6 o'clock of a fine, wide August morning, and as he ceased his swift work, as taut nerves slackened, he looked out of his lofty window and was conscious of the world below. Bright roofs, jubilant towers, and a high-decked sound steamer swaggering up the glossy river. He was completely fagged. He was, like a surgeon after a battle, like a reporter during an earthquake, perhaps a little insane. But sleepy he was not. He cursed the delay involved in the growth of the bacteria, without which he could not discover the effect of the various sorts of broths and bacterial strains, but choked his impatience. He mounted the noisy slate stairway to the lofty world of the roof. He listened at the door of the Institute's animal house. The guinea pigs, awake and nibbling, were making a sound like that of a wet cloth rubbed on glass in window cleaning. He stamped his foot, and in fright they broke out in their strange sound of fear, like the cooing of doves. He marched violently up and down, refreshed by the soaring sky, till he was calmed to hunger. Again he went pillaging. He found chocolate belonging to an innocent technician. He even invaded the office of the director, and in the desk of the Diana-like Pearl Robbins unearthed tea and a kettle, as well as a lipstick and a love letter beginning, "My little Ickles." He made himself a profoundly bad cup of tea, then, his whole body dragging, returned to his table to set down elaborately in a shabby, nearly filled notebook every step of his experiment. After 7, he worked out the operation of the telephone switchboard and called the Lower Manhattan Hospital. Could Dr. Arrowsmith have some more pus from the same carbuncle? What? It had healed? Curse it! No more of that material. He hesitated over waiting for Gottlieb's arrival to tell him of the discovery, but determined to keep silence till he should have determined whether it was an accident. Eyes wide, too wrought up to sleep in the subway, he fled uptown to tell Leora. He had to tell someone. Waves of fear, doubt, certainty, and fear again swept over him. His ears rang and his hands trembled. He rushed up to the flat. He bawled, "Lee! Lee!" before he had unlocked the door. And she was gone. He gaped. The flat breathed emptiness. He searched it again. She had slept there. She had had a cup of coffee, but she had vanished. He was at once worried lest there had been an accident, and furious that she should not have been there at the great hour. Sullenly he made breakfast for himself. It is strange that excellent bacteriologists and chemists should scramble eggs so waterily, should make such bitter coffee, and be so casual about dirty spoons. By the time he had finished the mess, he was ready to believe that Leora had left him forever. He quavered, "I've neglected her a lot." Sluggishly, an old man now, he started for the Institute, and at the entrance to the subway he met her. She wailed, "I was so worried. I couldn't get you on the phone. I went clear down to the Institute to see what happened to you." He kissed her, very competently, and raved, "God, woman, I've got it. The real big stuff. I've found something, not a chemical you put in, I mean, that eats bugs, dissolves 'em, kills 'em. May be a big new step in therapeutics. Oh, no, rats. I don't suppose it really is. Probably just another of my bulls." She sought to reassure him, but he did not wait. He dashed down to the subway, promising to telephone to her. By 10, he was peering into his incubator. There was a cloudy appearance of bacteria in all the flasks except those in which he had used broth from the original alarming flask. In these, the mysterious murderer of germs had prevented the growth of the new bacteria which he had introduced. "Great stuff," he said. He returned the flasks to the incubator, recorded his observations, went again to the library, and searched handbooks, bound proceedings of societies, periodicals in 3 languages. He had acquired a reasonable scientific French and German. It is doubtful whether he could have brought a drink or asked the way to the Kursaal in either language, But he understood the universal Hellenistic scientific jargon, and he pawed through the heavy books, rubbing his eyes, which were filled with salty fire. He remembered that he was an army officer and had lipovaccine to make this morning. He went to work, but he was so twitchy that he ruined the batch, called his patient garçon a fool, and after this injustice sent him out for a pint of whiskey. He had to have a confidant. He telephoned to Leora, lunched with her expensively, and asserted, "It still looks as if there were something to it." He was back at the Institute every hour that afternoon, glancing at his flasks, but between he tramped to the streets, creaking with weariness, drinking too much coffee. Every 5 minutes it came to him as a quite new and ecstatic idea. Why don't I go to sleep? Then he remembered and groaned. No, I've got to keep going and watch every step. Can't leave it, or I'll have to begin all over again. But I'm so sleepy. Why don't I go to sleep? He dug down, before 6, into a new layer of strength, and at 6 his examination showed that the flasks containing the original broth still had no growth of bacteria, and the flasks which he had seeded with the original pus had, like the first eccentric flask, after beginning to display a good growth of bacteria, cleared up again under the slowly developing attack of the unknown assassin. He sat down, drooping with relief. He had it. He stated in the conclusions of his first notes, "I have observed a principle, which I shall temporarily call the X principle, in pus from a staphylococcus infection, which checks the growth of several strains of staphylococcus, and which dissolves the staphylococci from the pus in question." When he finished at 7, his head was on his notebook, and he was asleep. He awoke at 10, went home, ate like a savage, slept again, and was in the laboratory before dawn. His next rest was an hour that afternoon, sprawled on his laboratory table, with his garçon on guard. The next, a day and a half later, was 8 hours in bed, from dawn till noon. But in dreams he was constantly upsetting a rack of test tubes or breaking a flask. He discovered an X principle which dissolved chairs, tables, human beings. He went about smearing it on Bert Tozer's and Dr. Bissex's, and fiendishly watching them vanish. But accidentally he dropped it on Leora and saw her fading, and he woke screaming to find the real Leora's arms about him, while he sobbed, "Oh, I couldn't do anything without you. Don't ever leave me. I do love you so, even if this damned work does keep me tied up. Stay with me." While she sat by him on the frowsy bed, gay in her gingham, he went to sleep, to wake up 3 hours later and start off for the Institute, his eyes blood-glaring and set. She was ready for him with strong coffee, waiting on him silently, looking at him proudly, while he waved his arms, babbling, "Gottlieb better not talk any more about the importance of new observations. The X principle may not just apply to staph. Maybe you can sick it on any bug, cure any germ disease by it. Bug that lives on bugs. Or maybe it's a chemical principle, an enzyme. Oh, I don't know. But I will." As he bustled to the Institute, he swelled with the certainty that after years of stumbling he had arrived. He had visions of his name in journals and textbooks, of scientific meetings cheering him. He had been an unknown among the experts of the Institute, and now he pitied all of them. But when he was back at his bench, the grandiose aspirations faded, and he was the sniffling, snuffling beagle, the impersonal worker. Before him, supreme joy of the investigator, new mountain passes of work opened, and in him was new power. Part 2. For a week Martin's life had all the regularity of an escaped soldier in the enemy's country, with the same agitation and the same desire to prowl at night. He was always sterilizing flasks, preparing media of various hydrogen ion concentrations, copying his old notes into a new book, lovingly labeled Ex-Principal's Staff, and adding to it further observations. He tried elaborately, with many flasks and many reseedings, to determine whether the ex-principal would perpetuate itself indefinitely, whether when it was transmitted from tube to new tube of bacteria, it would reappear, whether growing by cell division automatically, it was veritably a germ, a subgerm infecting germs. During the week, Gottlieb occasionally peered over his shoulder, but Martin was unwilling to report until he should have proof, and one good night's sleep, and perhaps even a shave. When he was sure that the ex-principal did reproduce itself indefinitely, so that in the 10th tube it grew to have as much effect as in the first, then he solemnly called on Gottlieb and laid before him his results, with his plans for further investigation. The old man tapped his thin fingers on the report, read it intently, looked up, and, not wasting time in congratulations, vomited questions. "Have you done this? Why have you not done that? At what temperature is the activity of the principle at its maximum? Is its activity manifested on agar solid medium? This is my plan for new work. I think you'll find it includes most of your suggestions." "Huh!" Gottlieb ran through it and snorted. "Why have you not planned to propagate it on dead staff? This is most important of all." "Why?" Gottlieb flew instantly to the heart of the jungle in which Martin had struggled for many days. "Because that will show whether you are dealing with a living virus." Martin was humbled, but Gottlieb beamed. "You have a big thing. Now do not let the director know about this and get enthusiastic too soon. I am glad, Martin." There was that in his voice which sent Martin swanking down the corridor, back to work, and to not sleeping. What the ex-principal was, chemical or germ, he could not determine, but certainly the original principle flourished. It could be transmitted indefinitely. He determined the best temperature for it, and found that it did not propagate on dead staphylococcus. When he added a drop containing the principle to a growth of staphylococcus, which was a gray film on the solid surface of agar, the drop was beautifully outlined by bare patches, as the enemy made its attack, so that the agar slant looked like moth-eaten beeswax. But within a fortnight, one of the knots of which Gottlieb warned him appeared. Wary of the hundreds of bacteriologists who would rise to slay him once his paper appeared, he sought to make sure that his results could be confirmed. At the hospital he obtained pus from many boils, of the arms, the legs, the back. He sought to reduplicate his results and failed, complete. No ex-principal appeared in any of the new boils, and sadly he went to Gottlieb. The old man meditated, asked a question or two, sat hunched in his cushioned chair, and demanded, "What kind of a carbuncle was the original one?" "Gluteal." "Ah, then the ex-principle may be present in the intestinal contents. Look for it, in people with boils and without." Martin dashed off. In a week he had obtained the principle from intestinal contents and from other gluteal boils, finding an especial amount in boils which were healing of themselves. And he transplanted his new principle in a heaven of triumph, of admiration for Gottlieb. He extended his investigation to the intestinal group of organisms and discovered an ex-principle against the colon bacillus. At the same time, he gave some of the original principle to a doctor in the Lower Manhattan Hospital for the treatment of boils, and from him had excited reports of cures, more excited inquiries as to what this mystery might be. With these new victories, he went parading into Gottlieb, and suddenly he was being trounced. "Oh, so, beautiful! You let a doctor try it before you finished your research? You want fake reports of cures to get into the newspapers, to be telegraphed about places and have everybody in the world that has a pimple come tumbling in to be cured so you will never be able to work? You want to be a miracle man and not a scientist? You do not want to complete things? You wander off monkey skipping and flapdoodling with colon bacillus before you have finished with staph? Before you have really begun your work? Before you have found what is the nature of the X principle? Get out of my office. You are a college president. Next I know, you will be dining with Tubbs and get your picture in the papers for a smart cure vendor. Martin crept out, and when he met Billy Smith in the corridor, and the little chemist twittered, "Up to something big? Haven't seen you lately," Martin answered in the tone of Doc Vickerson's assistant in Elk Mills, "Oh, no, gee, I'm just grubbing along, I guess." Part 3. As sharply and quite as impersonally as he would have watched the crawling illness of an infected guinea pig, Martin watched himself, in the madness of overwork, drift toward neurasthenia. With considerable interest, he looked up the symptoms of neurasthenia, saw one after another of them twitch at him, and casually took the risk. From an irritability which made him a thoroughly impossible person to live with, he passed into a sick nervousness in which he missed things for which he reached, dropped test tubes, gasped at sudden footsteps behind him. Dr. Yeo's croaking voice became to him a fever, an insult, and he waited with his whole body clenched, muttering, "Shut up, oh shut up," when Yeo stopped to talk to someone outside his door. Then he was obsessed by the desire to spell backward all the words which snatched at him from signs. As he stood dragging out his shoulder on a subway strap, he pored over the posters, seeking new words to spell backward. Some of them were remarkably agreeable. "No smoking" became a jaunty and agreeable "Gnickom's own," and Broadway was tolerable as "Yodaorb," but he was displeased by his attempts on punch, health, rough, while strength turning into "nerts" was abominable. When he had to return to his laboratory 3 times before he was satisfied that he had closed the window, he sat down coldly, informed himself that he was on the edge, and took counsel as to whether he dared go on. It was not very good counsel. He was so glorified by his unfolding work that his self could not be taken seriously. At last fear closed in on him. It began with childhood's terror of the darkness. He lay awake dreading burglars. Footsteps in the hall were a creeping cutthroat. An unexplained scratching on the fire escape was a murderer with an automatic in his fist. He beheld it so clearly that he had to spring from bed and look timorously out. And when in the street below he did actually see a man standing still, he was cold with panic. Every sky glow was a fire. He was going to be trapped in his bed, be smothered, die writhing. He knew absolutely that his fears were absurd, and that knowledge did not at all keep them from dominating him. He was ashamed at first to acknowledge his seeming cowardice to Leora, admit that he was crouching like a child, but when he had lain rigid, almost screaming, feeling the cord of an assassin squeezing his throat, till the safe dawn brought back a dependable world, he muttered of insomnia, and after that, night on night, he crept into her arms, and she shielded him from the horrors, protected him from garrotters, kept away the fire. He made a checklist of the favorite neurasthenic fears: agoraphobia, claustrophobia, pyrophobia, anthropophobia, and the rest, ending with what he asserted to be the most fool, pretentious, witch-doctor term of the whole bloomin' lot, namely siderodromophobia, the fear of a railway journey. The first night he was able to check against pyrophobia, for at the vaudeville with Leora, when on the stage a dancer lighted a brazier, he sat waiting for the theatre to take fire. He looked cautiously along the row of seats, raging at himself the while for doing it. He estimated his chance of reaching an exit, and became easy only when he had escaped into the street. It was when anthropophobia set in, when he was made uneasy by people who walked too close to him, that, sagely viewing his list and seeing how many phobias were now checked, he permitted himself to rest. He fled to the Vermont hills for a 4-day tramp, alone, that he might pound on the faster. He went at night, by sleeper, and was able to make the most interesting observations of siderodromophobia. He lay in a lower berth, the little pillow wadded into a lump. He was annoyed by the waving of his clothes as they trailed from the hanger beside him, at the opening of the green curtains. The window shade was up 6 inches. It left a milky blur across which streaked yellow lights, emphatic in the noisy darkness of his little cell. He was shivering with anxiety. Whenever he tried to relax, he was ironed back into apprehension. When the train stopped between stations, and from the engine came a questioning, fretful whistle, he was aghast with certainty that something had gone wrong. A bridge was out, a train was ahead of them, perhaps another was coming just behind them, about to smash into them at 60 miles an hour. He imagined being wrecked, and he suffered more than from the actual occurrence, for he pictured not one wreck, but half a dozen, with assorted miseries. The flat wheel just beneath him, surely it shouldn't pound like that. Why hadn't the confounded man with the hammer detected it at the last big station? The flat wheel cracking, the car lurching, falling, being dragged on its side. A collision, a crash, the car instantly a crumbled, horrible heap, himself pinned in the telescoped berth, caught between seat and seat. Shrieks, death groans, the creeping flames. The car turning, falling, plumping into a river on its side. Himself trying to crawl through a window as the water seeped about his body. Himself standing by the wrenched car, deciding whether to keep away and protect his sacred work or go back, rescue people, and be killed. So real were the visions that he could not endure lying here, waiting. He reached for the berth light and could not find the button. In agitation, he tore a matchbox from his coat pocket, scratched a match, snapped on the light. He saw himself, under the sheets, reflected in the polished wood ceiling of his berth, like a corpse in a coffin. Hastily he crawled out, with trousers and coat over his undergarments. He had somehow feared to show so much trust in the train as to put on pajamas, and with bare, disgusted feet he paddled up to the smoking compartment. The porter was squatting on a stool, polishing an amazing pile of shoes. Martin longed for his encouraging companionship, and ventured, "Warm night." "Uh-huh," said the porter. Martin curled on the chill leather seat of the smoking compartment, profoundly studying a brass washbowl. He was conscious that the porter was disapproving, but he had comfort in calculating that the man must make this run thrice a week, tens of thousands of miles yearly, apparently without being killed, and there might be a chance of their lasting till morning. He smoked till his tongue was raw and till, fortified by the calmness of the porter, he laughed at the imaginary catastrophes. He staggered sleepily to his berth. Instantly he was tense again, and he lay awake till dawn. For 4 days he tramped, swam in cold brooks, slept under trees or in straw stacks, and came back, but by day, with enough reserve of energy to support him till his experiment should have turned from overwhelming glory into sane and entertaining routine. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. When the work on the X principle had gone on for 6 weeks, the Institute staff suspected that something was occurring, and they hinted to Martin that he needed their several assistances. He avoided them. He did not desire to be caught in any of the log-rolling factions, though for Terry Wickett, still in France, and for Terry's rough compulsion to honesty, he was sometimes lonely. How the director first heard that Martin was finding gold is not known. Dr. Tubbs was tired of being a colonel. There were too many generals in New York, and for 2 weeks he had not had an idea which would revolutionize even a small part of the world. One morning he burst in, whiskers alive, and reproached Martin. "What is this mysterious discovery you're making, Arrowsmith? I've asked Dr. Gottlieb, but he evades me. He says you want to be sure first. I must know about it, not only because I take a very friendly interest in your work, but because I am, after all, your director." Martin felt that this one ewe lamb was being snatched from him, but he could see no way to refuse. He brought out his notebooks and the agar slants with their dissolved patches of bacilli. Tubbs gasped, assaulted his whiskers, did a moment of impressive thinking, and clamored, "Do you mean to say you think you've discovered an infectious disease of bacteria, and you haven't told me about it? My dear boy, I don't believe you quite realize that you may have hit on the supreme way to kill pathogenic bacteria. And you didn't tell me." "Well, sir, I wanted to make certain—" "I admire your caution, but you must understand, Martin, that the basic aim of this institution is the conquest of disease, not making pretty scientific notes. You may have hit on one of the discoveries of a generation, the sort of thing that Mr. McGurk and I are looking for. If your results are confirmed, I shall ask Dr. Gottlieb's opinion." He shook Martin's hand 5 or 6 times and bustled out. Next day he called Martin to his office, shook his hand some more, told Pearl Robbins that they were honored to know him, then led him to a mountain top and showed him all the kingdoms of the world. "Martin, I have some plans for you. You have been working brilliantly, but without a complete vision of broader humanity. Now the Institute is organized on the most flexible lines. There are no set departments, but only units formed about exceptional men like our good friend Gottlieb. If any new man has the real right thing, we'll provide him with every facility instead of letting him merely plug along doing individual work. I have given your results the most careful consideration, Martin. I have talked them over with Dr. Gottlieb, though I must say he does not altogether share my enthusiasm about immediate practical results. And I have decided to submit to the Board of Trustees a plan for a Department of Microbic Pathology, with you as head. You will have an assistant, a real trained Ph.D., and more room and technicians, and you will report to me directly, talk things over with me daily instead of with Gottlieb. You will be relieved of all war work, by my order, though you can retain your uniform and everything. And your salary will be, I should think, if Mr. McGurk and the other trustees confirm me, 10,000 a year instead of 5. Yes, the best room for you would be that big one on the upper floor, to the right of the elevators. That's vacant now, and your office across the hall. And all the assistance you require. Why, my boy, you won't need to sit up nights using your hands in this wasteful way, but just think things out and take up possible extensions of the work, cover all the possible fields. We'll extend this to everything. We'll have scores of physicians in hospitals helping us in confirming our results and widening our efforts. We might have a weekly council of all these doctors and assistants, with you and me jointly presiding. If men like Koch and Pasteur had only had such a system, how much more scope their work might have had. Efficient universal cooperation. That's the thing in science today. The time of this silly, jealous, fumbling individual research has gone by. My boy, we may have found the real thing, another Salvarsan. We'll publish together. We'll have the whole world talking. Why, I lay awake last night thinking of our magnificent opportunity. In a few months we may be curing not only staph infections, but typhoid, dysentery. Martin, as your colleague, I do not for a moment wish to detract from the great credit which is yours, but I must say that if you had been more closely allied with me, you would have extended your work to practical proofs and results long before this." Martin wavered back to his room, dazzled by the view of a department of his own, assistants, a cheering world, and 10,000 a year. But his work seemed to have been taken from him. His own self had been taken from him. He was no longer to be Martin and Gottlieb's disciple, but a man of measured merriment, Dr. Arrowsmith, head of the department of microbic pathology, who would wear several collars and make addresses and never curse. Doubts enfeebled him. Perhaps the ex-principal would develop only in the test tube. Perhaps it had no large value for human healing. He wanted to know, to know. Then Rippleton Hollibird burst in on him. "Martin, my dear boy, the director has just been telling me about your discovery and his splendid plans for you. I want to congratulate you with all my heart, and to welcome you as a fellow department head, and you so young, only 34, isn't it? What a magnificent future. Think, Martin." Major Hollibird discarded his dignity, sat astride a chair. "Think of all you have ahead. If this work really pans out, there's no limit to the honors that'll come to you, you lucky young dog. Acclaim by scientific societies, any professor you might happen to want, prizes, the biggest men begging to consult you, a ripping place in society. Now listen, old boy. Perhaps you know how close I am to Dr. Tubbs, and I see no reason why you shouldn't come in with us, and we three run things here to suit ourselves. Wasn't it simply too decent of the director to be so eager to recognize and help you in every way? So cordial and so helpful. Now you really understand him. And the three of us, some day we might be able to erect a superstructure of cooperative science which would control not only McGurk, but every institute and every university scientific department in the country, and so produce really efficient research. When Dr. Tubbs retires, I'm speaking with the most complete confidence, I have some reason to suppose that the Board of Trustees will consider me as his successor. Then, old boy, if this work succeeds, you and I can do things together. To be ever so frank, there are very few men in our world. Think of poor old Yeo, who combined presentable personalities with first-rate achievement. And if you'll just get over some of your abruptness and your unwillingness to appreciate big executives and charming women, because, thank God, you do wear your clothes well, when you take the trouble, why, you and I can become the dictators of science throughout the whole country." Martin did not think of an answer till Hollibird had gone. He perceived the horror of the shrieking, bawdy thing called success, with its demand that he give up quiet work and parade forth to be pawed by every blind devotee and mud-spattered by every blind enemy. He fled to Gottlieb as to the wise and tender father, and begged to be saved from success and Hollibirds and A. DeWitt Tubbses and their hordes of address-making scientists, degree-hunting authors, pulpit orators, popular surgeons, valeted journalists, sentimental merchant princes, literary politicians, titled sportsmen, statesmanlike generals, interviewed senators, sententious bishops. Gottlieb was worried. I knew Tubbs was up to something idealistic and nasty when he came purring to me, but I did not think he would try to turn you into a megaphone, all so soon in one day. I will gird up my loins and go out to battle with the forces of publicity. He was defeated. I have let you alone, Dr. Gottlieb, said Tubbs, but, hang it, I am the director, and I must say that, perhaps owing to my signal stupidity, I failed to see the horrors of enabling Arrowsmith to cure thousands of suffering persons and to become a man of weight and esteem. Gottlieb took it to Ross McGurk. Max, I love you like a brother, but Tubbs is the director, and if he feels he needs this Arrowsmith, is he the thin young fellow I see around your lab? Then I have no right to stop him. "I've got to back him up the same as I would the master of one of our ships," said McGurk. Not till the Board of Trustees, which consisted of McGurk himself, the president of the University of Wilmington, and 3 professors of science in various universities, should meet and give approval, would Martin be a department head. Meantime Tubbs demanded, "Now, Martin, you must hasten and publish your results. Get right to it. In fact, you should have done it before this. Throw your material together as rapidly as possible and send a note in to the Society for Experimental Biology and Medicine to be published in their next proceedings." "But I'm not ready to publish. I want to have every loophole plugged up before I announce anything whatever." "Nonsense. That attitude is old-fashioned. This is no longer an age of parochialism, but of competition, in art and science just as much as in commerce, cooperation with your own group, but with those outside it, competition to the death. Plug up the holes thoroughly later, but we can't have somebody else stealing a march on us. Remember, you have your name to make. The way to make it is by working with me, toward the greatest good for the greatest number." As Martin began his paper, thinking of resigning but giving it up because Tubbs seemed to him at least better than the Pickerbaws, he had a vision of a world of little scientists, each busy in a roofless cell. Perched on a cloud, watching them, was the divine Tubbs, a glory of whiskers, ready to blast any of the little men who stopped being earnest and wasted time on speculation about anything which he had not assigned to them. Back of their welter of coups, unseen by the tutelary Tubbs, the lean giant figure of Gottlieb stood sardonic on a stormy horizon. Literary expression was not easy to Martin. He delayed with his paper while Tubbs became irritable and whipped him on. The experiments had ceased. There were misery and pen-scratching and much tearing of manuscript paper in Martin's particular roofless cell. For once he had no refuge in Leora. She cried, "Why not? 10,000 a year would be awfully nice, Sandy. Gee, we've always been so poor, and you do like nice flats and things, and to boss your own department. And you could consult Dr. Gottlieb just the same. He's a department head, isn't he? And yet he keeps independent of Dr. Tubbs. Oh, I'm for it." And slowly, under the considerable increase in respect given to him at institute lunches, Martin himself was for it. "We could get one of those new apartments on Park Avenue. Don't suppose they cost more than 3,000 a year," he meditated. "Wouldn't be so bad to be able to entertain people there. Not that I'd let it interfere with my work. Kind of nice." It was still more kind of nice, however agonizing in the taking, to be recognized socially. Capitola McGurk, who hitherto had not perceived him except as an object less interesting than Gladys the centrifuge, telephoned. "Dr. Tubbs so enthusiastic, and Ross and I are so pleased. Be delighted if Mrs. Arrowsmith and you could dine with us next Thursday at 8:30. Martin accepted the royal command. It was his conviction that after glimpses of Angus Dewar and Rippleton Hollibird, he had seen luxury, and understood smart dinner parties. Leora and he went without too much agitation to the house of Ross McGurk in the East 70s, near Fifth Avenue. The house did, from the street, seem to have an unusual quantity of greystone gargoyles and carven lintels and bronze grills, but it did not seem large. Inside, the vaulted stone hallway opened up like a cathedral. They were embarrassed by the footman, awed by the automatic elevator, oppressed by a hallway full of vellum folios and Italian chests and a drawing room full of watercolors, and reduced to rusticity by Capitola's queenly white satin and pearls. There were 8 or 10 persons of importance, male and female, looking insignificant but bearing names as familiar as ivory soap. Did one give his arm to some unknown lady and "take her in"? Martin wondered. He rejoiced to find that one merely straggled into the dining room under McGurk's amiable basso herding. The dining room was gorgeous and very hideous, in stamped leather and hysterias of gold, with collections of servants watching one's use of asparagus forks. Martin was seated, it is doubtful if he ever knew that he was the guest of honor, between Capitola McGurk and a woman of whom he could learn only that she was the sister of a countess. Capitola leaned toward him in her great white splendor. "Now, Dr. Arrowsmith, just what is this thing you are discovering?" "Why, I'm trying to figure—" "Dr. Tubbs tells us that you have found such wonderful new ways of controlling disease." Her L's were a melody of summer rivers, her R's the trills of birds in the brake. Oh, what could be more beautiful than relieving this sad old world of its burden of illness? But just precisely what is it that you're doing? "Why, it's awfully early to be sure, but you see, it's like this. You take certain bugs like staph—" "Oh, how interesting science is, but how frightfully difficult for simple people like me to grasp. But we're all so humble. We're just waiting for scientists like you to make the world secure for friendship." Then Capitola gave all her attention to her other man. Martin looked straight ahead, and ate and suffered. The sister of the countess, a sallow and stringy woman, was glowing at him. He turned with unhappy meekness, noting that she had one more fork than he, and wondering where he had got lost. She blared, "You are a scientist, I am told." "Yes." "The trouble with scientists is that they do not understand beauty. They are so cold." Rippleton Hollibird would have made pretty mirth, but Martin could only quaver, "No, I don't think that's true," and consider whether he dared drink another glass of champagne. When they had been herded back to the drawing room, after masculine but achingly elaborate passings of the port, Capitola swooped on him with white devouring wings. "Dear Dr. Arrowsmith, I really didn't get a chance at dinner to ask you just exactly what you are doing. Oh, have you seen my dear little children at the Charles Street settlement? I'm sure ever so many of them will become the most fascinating scientists. You must come lecture to them." That night he fretted to Leora, "Going to be hard to keep up this twittering, but I suppose I've got to learn to enjoy it. Oh, well, think how nice it'll be to give some dinners of our own, with real people. Gottlieb and everybody, when I'm a department head." Next morning Gottlieb came slowly into Martin's room. He stood by the window. He seemed to be avoiding Martin's eyes. He sighed. "Something sort of bad, perhaps not altogether bad, has happened." "What is it, sir? Anything I can do?" "It does not apply to me. To you." Irritably, Martin thought, "Is he going into all this danger of rapid success stuff again? I'm getting tired of it." Gottlieb ambled toward him. "It is a pity, Martin, but you are not the discoverer of the X principle." "What?" "Someone else has done it." "They have not. I've searched all the literature, and except for Twort, not one person has even hinted at anticipating. Why, good Lord, Dr. Gottlieb, it would mean that all I've done all these weeks has just been waste, and I'm a fool." "Well, anyway, de Herrle of the Pasteur Institute has just now published in the Compte Rendu Académie des Sciences a report. It is your X principle absolute, only he calls it bacteriophage. So. Then I'm—" In his mind Martin finished it. "Then I'm not going to be a department head, or famous or anything else. I'm back in the gutter." All strength went out of him and all purpose, and the light of creation faded to dirty gray. "Now, of course," said Gottlieb, "you could claim to be co-discoverer and spend the rest of your life fighting to get recognized. Or you could forget it and write a nice letter congratulating de Herrle and go back to work." Martin mourned. "Oh, I'll go back to work. Nothing else to do. I guess Tubbs'll chuck the new department now. I'll have time to really finish my research. Maybe I've got some points that de Herelle hasn't hit on, and I'll publish it to corroborate him. Damn him! Where is his report? I suppose you're glad that I'm saved from being a holabird. I ought to be. It is a sin against my religion that I am not. But I am getting old, and you are my friend. I am sorry you are not to have the fun of being pretentious and successful, for a while. Martin, it is nice that you will corroborate de Herelle. That is science, to work and not to care too much if somebody else gets the credit. Shall I tell Tubbs about de Herelle's priority, or will you? Gottlieb straggled away, looking back a little sadly. Tubbs came in to wail. If you had only published earlier, as I told you, Dr. Arrowsmith. You have really put me in a most embarrassing position before the Board of Trustees. Of course there can be no question now of a new department. Yes, said Martin vacantly. He carefully filed away the beginnings of his paper and turned to his bench. He stared at a shining flask till it fascinated him like a crystal ball. He pondered. Wouldn't have been so bad if Tubbs had let me alone. Damn these old men, damn these men of measured merriment, these important men that come and offer you honors, money, decorations, titles, want to make you windy with authority. Honors. If you get 'em, you become pompous, and then when you're used to 'em, if you lose 'em, you feel foolish. So I'm not going to be rich. Leora, poor kid, she won't have her new dresses and flat and everything. We won't be so much fun in the li'l old flat now. Oh, quit whining. I wish Terry were here. I love that man Gottlieb. He might have gloated. Bacteriophage, the Frenchman calls it. Too long. Better just call it phage. Even got to take his name for it, for my own ex-principal. Well, I had a lot of fun working all those nights, working. He was coming out of his trance. He imagined the flask filled with staff-clouded broth. He plodded into Gottlieb's office to secure the journal containing de Herelle's report, and read it minutely, enthusiastically. There's a man, there's a scientist, he chuckled. On his way home, he was planning to experiment on the Shiga dysentery bacillus with phage, as henceforth he called the ex-principal, planning to volley questions and criticisms at de Herelle, hoping that Tubbs would not discharge him for a while, and expanding with relief that he would not have to do his absurd, premature paper on phage, that he could be lewd and soft-collared and easy, not judicious and spied on and weighty. He grinned. Gosh, I'll bet Tubbs was disappointed. He'd figured on signing all my papers with me and getting the credit. Now for this Shiga experiment. Poor Lee, she'll have to get used to my working nights, I guess. Leora kept to herself what she felt about it, or at least most of what she felt. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Arrowsmith by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For a year broken only by Terry Wickett's return after the armistice, and by the mockeries of that rowdy intelligence, Martin was in a grind of drudgery. Week on week he toiled at complicated phage experiments. His work, his hands, his technique became more adept, and his days more steady, less fretful. He returned to his evening study. He went from mathematics into physical chemistry, began to understand the mass action law, became as sarcastic as Terry about what he called the bedside manner of Tubbs and Holabird, read much French and German, went canoeing on the Hudson on Sunday afternoons, and had a bawdy party with Leora and Terry to celebrate the day when the Institute was purified by the sale of Holabird's pride, Gladys the centrifuge. He suspected that Dr. Tubbs, now magnificent with the ribbon of the Legion of Honor, had retained him in the Institute only because of Gottlieb's intervention, but it may be that Tubbs and Holabird hoped he would again blunder into publicity, bringing miracles, for they were both polite to him at lunch, polite and wistfully rebuking, and full of meaty remarks about publishing one's discoveries early instead of dawdling. It was more than a year after Martin's anticipation by de Herel when Tubbs appeared in the laboratory with suggestions. "I've been thinking, Arrowsmith," said Tubbs. He looked it. "De Herel's discovery hasn't aroused the popular interest I thought it would. If he'd only been here with us, I'd have seen to it that he got the proper attention. Practically no newspaper comment at all. Perhaps we can still do something. As I understand it, you've been going along with what Dr. Gottlieb would call fundamental research. I think it may now be time for you to use phage in practical healing. I want you to experiment with phage in pneumonia, plague, perhaps typhoid, and when your experiments get going, make some practical tests in collaboration with the hospitals. Enough of all this mere frittering and vanity. Let's really cure somebody." Martin was not free from a fear of dismissal if he refused to obey, and he was touched as Tubbs went on. "Arrowsmith, I suspect you sometimes feel I lack a sense of scientific precision when I insist on practical results. Somehow, I don't see the real noble and transforming results coming out of this institute that we ought to be getting, with our facilities. I'd like to do something big, my boy, something fine for pure humanity before I pass on. Can't you give it to me? Go cure the plague." For once Tubbs was a tired smile and not an earnestness of whiskers. That day, concealing from Gottlieb his abandonment of the quest for the fundamental nature of phage, Martin set about fighting pneumonia, before attacking the Black Death, and when Gottlieb learned of it, he was absorbed in certain troubles of his own. Martin cured rabbits of pleuropneumonia by injection of phage, and by feeding them with it he prevented the spread of pneumonia. He found that phage-produced immunity could be as infectious as a disease. He was pleased with himself and expected pleasure from Tubbs, but for weeks Tubbs did not heed him. He was off on a new enthusiasm, the most virulent of his whole life. He was organizing the League of Cultural Agencies. He was going to standardize and coordinate all mental activities in America by the creation of a bureau which would direct and pat and gently rebuke and generally encourage chemistry and batik making, poetry and Arctic exploration, animal husbandry and Bible study, Negro spirituals and business letter writing. He was suddenly in conference with conductors of symphony orchestras, directors of art schools, owners of itinerant chautauquas, liberal governors, ex-clergymen who wrote tasty philosophy for newspaper syndicates, in fact, all the proprietors of American intellectuality, particularly including a millionaire named Minnigan, who had recently been elevating the artistic standards of the motion pictures. Tubbs was all over the Institute, inviting the researchers to join him in the League of Cultural Agencies, with its fascinating committee meetings and dinners. Most of them grunted. The old man is erupting again, and forgot him. But one ex-major went out every evening to confer with serious ladies who wore distinguished frocks, who sobbed over the loss of spiritual and intellectual horsepower through lack of coordination, and who went home in limousines. There were rumors. Dr. Billy Smith whispered that he had gone in to see Tubbs and heard McGurk shouting at him, "Your job is to run this shop and not work for that land-stealing, four-flushing, play-producing son of evil, Pete Milligan." The morning after, when Martin ambled to his laboratory, he discovered a gasping, a muttering, a shaking in the corridors, and incredulously he heard, "Tubbs has resigned." No! They say he's gone to his League of Cultural Agencies. This fellow Minnigan has given the League a scad of money, and Tubbs is to get twice the salary he had here. Part 2. Instantly, for all but the zealots like Gottlieb, Terry, Martin, and the biophysics assistant, research was halted. There was a surging of factions, a benevolent and winning buzz of scientists who desired to be the new director of the Institute. Rippleton Hollibird, Yeo, the carpenter-like biologist, Gillingham, the jokey chief in biophysics, Aaron Scholthies, the neat Russian Jewish High Church Episcopalian, all of them went about with expressions of modest willingness. They were affectionate with everybody they met in the corridors, however violent they were in private discussions. Added to them were no few outsiders, professors and researchers in other institutes, who found it necessary to come and confer about rather undefined matters with Ross McGurk. Terry remarked to Martin, "Probably Pearl Robbins and your garçon are pitching horseshoes for the directorship. My garçon ain't. The only reason, though, is because I've just murdered him. At that, I think Pearl would be the best choice. She's been Tubbs's secretary so long that she's learned all his ignorance about scientific technique." Rippleton Hollibird was the most unctuous of the office seekers and the most hungry. The war over, he missed his uniform and his authority. He urged Martin, "You know how I've always believed in your genius, Martin, and I know how dear old Gottlieb believes in you. If you would get Gottlieb to back me, to talk to McGurk, of course in taking the directorship I would be making a sacrifice, because I'd have to give up my research, but I'd be willing because I feel, really, that somebody with a tradition ought to carry on the control. Tubbs is backing me, and if Gottlieb did, I'd see that it was to Gottlieb's advantage. I'd give him a lot more floor space." Through the Institute, it was vaguely known that Capitola was advocating the election of Hollibird as the only scientist here who is also a gentleman. She was seen sailing down corridors, a frigate, with Hollibird, a sloop, in her wake. But when Hollibird beamed, Nicholas Yeo looked secret and satisfied. The whole institute fluttered on the afternoon when the Board of Trustees met in the hall for the election of a director. They were turned from investigators into boarding school girls. The board debated, or did something annoying, for draining hours. At 4, Terry Wickett hastened to Martin with, "Say, Slim, I've got a straight tip that they've elected Silva, Dean of the Winnemac Medical School. That's your shop, isn't it? What's he like?" "He's a fine old—" "No, he and Gottlieb hate each other. Lord, Gottlieb will resign, and I'll have to get out, just when my work's going nice." At 5, past doors made of attentive eyes, the Board of Trustees marched to the laboratory of Max Gottlieb. Hollibird was heard saying bravely, "Of course with me, I wouldn't give my research up for any administrative job." And Pearl Robbins informed Terry, "Yes, it's true. Mr. McGurk himself just told me. The board has elected Dr. Gottlieb, the new director." "Then they're fools," said Terry. "He'll refuse it, with violence." "That they should ask me to go monkey-skipping mid-committee meetings? Fat chance." When the board had gone, Martin and Terry flooded into Gottlieb's laboratory and found the old man standing by his bench, more erect than they had seen him for years. "Is it true? They want you to be director?" panted Martin. "Yes, they have asked me." "But you'll refuse? You won't let 'em gum up your work?" "Well, I said my work must go on. They consent I should appoint an assistant director to do the detail. You see, of course nothing must interfere with my immunology, but this gives me the chance to do big things and make a free scientific institute for all you boys. And those fools at Winnemac that laughed at my idea of a real medical school, now maybe they will see. Do you know who was my rival for director? Do you know who it was, Martin? It was that man Silva. Ha!" In the corridor, Terry groaned, "Requiescat in pace." Part 3. To the dinner in Gottlieb's honor, the only dinner that ever was given in Gottlieb's honor, there came not only the men of impressive but easy affairs who attend all dinners of honor, but the few scientists whom Gottlieb admired. He appeared late, rather shaky, escorted by Martin. When he reached the speaker's table, the guests rose to him, shouting. He peered at them. He tried to speak. He held out his long arms as if to take them all in. and sank down sobbing. There were cables from Europe, ardent letters from Tubbs and Dean Silva bewailing their inability to be present, telegrams from college presidents, and all of these were read to admiring applause. But Capitola murmured, "Just the same, we shall miss dear Dr. Tubbs. He was so forward-looking. Don't play with your fork, Ross." So Max Gottlieb took charge of the Mcgurk Institute of Biology, and in a month that institute became a shambles. Part 4. Gottlieb planned to give only an hour a day to business. As assistant director, he appointed Dr. Aaron Schultheis, the epidemiologist, the Yonkers churchman and dahlia fancier. Gottlieb explained to Martin that, though of course Schultheis was a fool, yet he was the only man in sight who combined at least a little scientific ability with a willingness to endure the routine and pomposity and compromises of executive work. By continuing his ancient sneers at all bustling managers, Gottlieb obviously felt that he excused himself for having become a manager. He could not confine his official work to an hour a day. There were too many conferences, too many distinguished callers, too many papers which needed his signature. He was dragged into dinner parties, and the long, vague, palavering luncheons to which a director has to go, and the telephoning to straighten out the dates of these tortures, took nervous hours. Each day his executive duties crawled into 2 hours, or 3 or 4, and he raged. He became muddled by complications of personnel and economy. He was ever more autocratic, more testy, and the loving colleagues of the Institute, who had been soothed or bullied into surface peace by Tubbs, now jangled openly. While he was supposed to radiate benevolence from the office recently occupied by Dr. A. DeWitt Tubbs, Gottlieb clung to his own laboratory and to his narrow office as a cat clings to its cushion under a table. Once or twice he tried to sit and look impressive in the office of the director, but he fled from that large clean vacuity and from Miss Robbins's snapping typewriter to his own den that smelled not of forward-looking virtue, but only of cigarettes and old papers. To Mcgurk, as to every scientific institution, came hundreds of farmers and practical nurses and suburban butchers who had paid large fares from Oklahoma or Oregon to get recognition for the unquestionable cures which they had discovered. Oil of Mississippi catfish, which saved every case of tuberculosis. Arsenic pastes, guaranteed to cure all cancers. They came with letters and photographs amid the frayed clean linen in their shabby suitcases. At any opportunity they would stoop over their bags and hopefully bring out testimonials from their pastors. They begged for a chance to heal humanity, and for themselves only enough money to send the girl to musical conservatory. So certain, so black-crapely beseeching were they that no reception clerk could be trained to keep them all out. Gottlieb found them seeping into his office. He was sorry for them. They did take his working hours, they did scratch his belief that he was hard-hearted, but they implored him with such wretched timorousness that he could not get rid of them without making promises and admitting afterward that to have been more cruel would have been less cruel. It was the important people to whom he was rude. The directorship devoured enough time and peace to prevent Gottlieb from going on with the ever more recondite problems of his inquiry into the nature of specificity, and his inquiry prevented him from giving enough attention to the Institute to keep it from falling to pieces. He depended on Schultheis, passed decisions on to him, but Schultheis, since in any case Gottlieb would get all the credit for a successful directorship, kept up his own scientific work and passed the decisions to Miss Pearl Robbins, so that the actual director was the handsome and jealous Pearl. There was no craftier or crookeder director in the habitable world. Pearl enjoyed it. She so warmly and modestly assured Ross Mcgurk of the merits of Gottlieb and of her timorous devotion to him, she so purred to the flattery of Rippleton Hollibird, she so blandly answered the hoarse hostility of Terry Wickett by keeping him from getting materials for his work, that the Institute reeled with intrigue. Yeo was not speaking to Schultheiss. Terry threatened Halliburtt to paste him one. Gottlieb constantly asked Martin for advice, and never took it. Joust, the vulgar but competent biophysicist, lacking the affection which kept Martin and Terry from reproaching the old man, told Gottlieb that he was a rotten director and ought to quit, and was straightway discharged and replaced by a muffin. Max Gottlieb had ever discoursed to Martin of the jests of the gods. Among these jests, Martin had never beheld one so pungent as this whereby the pretentiousness and fussy unimaginativeness which he had detested in Tubbs should have made him a good manager, while the genius of Gottlieb should have made him a feeble tyrant. The jest that the one thing worse than a too-managed and standardized institution should be one that was not managed and standardized at all. He would once have denied it with violence, but nightly now he prayed for Tubbs's return. If the business of the Institute was not more complicated thereby, certainly its placidity was the more disturbed by the appearance of Gustav Sondelæus, who had just returned from a study of sleeping sickness in Africa, and who noisily took one of the guest laboratories. Gustav Sondelæus, the soldier of preventive medicine, whose lecture had sent Martin from Wheatsylvania to Nautilus, had remained in his gallery of heroes as possessing a little of Gottlieb's perception, something of Dad Silva's steady kindliness, something of Terry's tough honesty, though none of his scorn of amenities, and with these a spicy, dripping richness altogether his own. It is true that Sondelæus did not remember Martin. Since their evening in Minneapolis, he had drunk and debated and flamboyantly ridden to obscure but vinous destinations with too many people. But he was made to remember, and in a week Sondelæus and Terry and Martin were to be seen tramping and dining, or full of topics and gin, at Martin's flat. Sondelæus's wild flaxen hair was almost grey, but he had the same bull shoulders, the same wide brow, and the same tornado of plans to make the world aseptic, without neglecting to enjoy a few of the septic things before they should pass away. His purpose was, after finishing his sleeping sickness report, to found a school of tropical medicine in New York. He besieged McGurk and the wealthy Mr. Minnigan, who was Tubbs's new patron, and in and out of season he beseeched Gottlieb. He adored Gottlieb and made noises about it. Gottlieb admired his courage and his hatred of commercialism, but his presence Gottlieb could not endure. He was flustered by Sondelæus's hilarity, his compliments, his bounding optimism, his inaccuracy, his boasting, his oppressive bigness. It may be that Gottlieb resented the fact that though Sondelæus was only 11 years younger, 58 to Gottlieb's 69, he seemed 30 years younger, half a century gayer. When Sondelæus perceived this grudgingness, he tried to overcome it by being more noisy and complimentary and enthusiastic than ever. On Gottlieb's birthday he gave him a shocking smoking jacket of cherry and mauve velvet, and when he called at Gottlieb's flat, which was often, Gottlieb had to put on the ghastly thing and sit humming, while Sondelæus assaulted him with roaring condemnations of mediocre soup and mediocre musicians. That Sondelæus gave up surprisingly decorative dinner parties for these calls, Gottlieb never knew. Martin turned to Sondelæus for courage as he turned to Terry for concentration. Courage and concentration were needed in these days of an institute gone insane, if a man was to do his work. And Martin was doing it. Part 5. After a consultation with Gottlieb and a worried conference with Leora about the danger of handling the germs, he had gone on to bubonic plague, to the possibilities of preventing it and curing it with phage. To have heard him asking Sondelæus about his experience in plague epidemics, one would have believed that Martin found the Black Death delightful. To have beheld him infecting lean, snaky rats with the horror, all the while clucking to them and calling them pet names, one would have known him mad. He found that rats fed with phage failed to come down with plague, that after phage feeding, Bacillus pestis disappeared from carrier rats which, without themselves being killed thereby, harbored and spread chronic plague, and that, finally, he could cure the disease. He was as absorbed and happy and nervous as in the first days of the X principle. He worked all night. At the microscope, under a lone light, fishing out with a glass pipette, drawn fine as a hair, one single plague bacillus. To protect himself from infection by the rat fleas, he wore, while he worked with the animals, rubber gloves, high leather boots, straps about his sleeves. These precautions thrilled him, and to the others at McGurk, they had something of the esoteric magic of the alchemists. He became a bit of a hero and a good deal of a butt. No more than hardy businessmen in offices or fussy old men in villages are researchers free from the tedious vice of jovial commenting. The chemists and biologists called him the pest, refused to come to his room, and pretended to avoid him in the corridors. As he went fluently on, from experiment to experiment, as the drama of science obsessed him, he thought very well of himself and found himself taken seriously by the others. He published one cautious paper on phage and plague, which was mentioned in numerous scientific journals. Even the harassed Gottlieb was commendatory, though he could give but little attention and no help. But Terry Wickett remained altogether cool. He showed for Martin's somewhat brilliant work only enough enthusiasm to indicate that he was not jealous. He kept poking in to ask whether, with his new experimentation, Martin was continuing his quest for the fundamental nature of all phage and his study of physical chemistry. Then Martin had such an assistant as had rarely been known, and that assistant was Gustav Sandelius. Sandelius was discouraged regarding his school of tropical medicine. He was looking for new trouble. He had been through several epidemics, and he viewed plague with an affectionate hatred. When he understood Martin's work, he gloated, "Hey, Jesus, maybe you got the ting that will be better than Yersin or Hafkind or anybody. Maybe you cure all the world of plague. The poor devils in India, millions of them. Let me in." He became Martin's collaborator, unpaid, tireless, not very skillful, valuable in his buoyancy. As well as Martin, he loved irregularity. By principle, he never had his meals at the same hours 2 days in succession, and by choice he worked all night and made poetry, rather bad poetry, at dawn. Martin had always been the lone prowler. Possibly the thing he most liked in Leora was her singular ability to be cheerfully non-existent even when she was present. At first he was annoyed by Sandelius's disturbing presence. However interesting he found his fervours about plague-bearing rats, whom Sandelius hated not at all, but whom, with loving zeal, he had slaughtered by the million, with a romantic absorption in traps and poison gas. But Sandelius, who was raucous in conversation, could be almost silent at work. He knew exactly how to hold the animals, while Martin did intrapleural injections. He made cultures of Bacillus pestis. When Martin's technician had gone home at but a little after midnight, the garçon liked Martin and thought well enough of science, but he was prejudiced in favor of 6 hours daily sleep, and sometimes seeing his wife and children in Harlem. Then Sandelius cheerfully sterilized glassware and needles and lumbered up to the animal house to bring down victims. The change whereby Sandelius was turned from Martin's master to his slave was so unconscious, and Sandelius, for all his Pickerboyian love of sensationalism, cared so little about mastery or credit, that neither of them considered that there had been a change. They borrowed cigarettes from each other. They went out at the most improbable hours to have flapjacks and coffee at an all-night lunch, and together they candled test tubes charged with death. End of chapter 30.